Good morning, people.
Morning.
I want to welcome you to the 2024 Jericho Town Meeting. As I am fond of saying at this point in the morning, the last bastion of direct democracy. It's great to have you here. I've actually been at this some time. I've been your moderator since 1999. I've gotten used to it, maybe too used to it. But it's a joy to be here each year and to help you do business. That is, do the business of the town. A couple of things. Those of you who have come many times will know pretty much what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do is mention the displays that are out there with folks. The Champlain Water District is out there with information about what they're up to. There's actually a vote for a bond for the water district. And in fact, you can vote there and have your vote count by going into the ballot box on that table. So they'd like you to join them there for that. The Planning Commission has got a table there. There's a new town plan, as you may know, and they have information. You can answer questions about the new plan, anything you'd like to hear there. The Affordable Housing Committee has a table for you. And finally, the DEI Committee, the town's DEI Committee, has a table of information relevant to Article 6 and 7 today on our warning for the meeting. And this is an important action, likely to change the nature of this meeting if approved. So I encourage you to become as informed as possible and to remain here for Articles 6 and 7 to join the discussion. As usual, we have a couple of legislators with us. I'm going to invite them up now to give their greetings. Come on up, folks.
Good morning. Representative Trevor Squirrell, and our district, as you know, is Underhill and Jericho, and I live in Underhill. This is my 8th year in the State House. I've spent 4 years on natural resources, which is now environment and energy. Last 4 years on appropriations, which has been an interesting experience. Also, I chair the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. That's the committee that oversees all the rulemaking of departments and agencies across state government. I thought I would talk briefly about sort of process in my committee, my standing committee appropriations. When we come back in January, particularly in the middle every year, we're doing a sort of a mid-year course correction on the budget. We pass the budget, it goes into effect in July. When we come back in January, we take a look at where we are. Have we allocated enough funds to do certain programs? Do we have too much money? And we also take into account things that take place during the course of the year after we've left the session. For instance, think about the floods this year. So in the budget adjustment this year, we had to adjust for that and find resources to help the various communities impacted by the 2 bouts of flooding that we had this year. The budget adjustment was out of the House, was Senate, and came back to us out of the conference committee. We just voted it out last Friday. So now our committee is full bore into the fiscal year 25 budget. And listening to and having departments and agencies come in and other folks talk about their needs for this year. We're also very concerned about, as you know, with the pandemic and COVID, and we had 2 bouts of significant federal dollars in both CRF and now the ARPA money, which is the American Rescue Plan, which are now about $2 billion. One of our concerns in our committee is that the $1 billion we have for the American Rescue Plan, all of those monies need to be obligated for particular programming by December 24, which is obviously this year. If it's not obligated, it can get pulled back by the federal government. So all of us on the committee are spending a lot of time looking at the programs where these monies were allocated and making sure that they're appropriately obligated. And then 2 years out, in December 26, all those monies need to be fully spent. So that's the work that we're doing. We obviously don't want to return any money to the federal government. We want to utilize that as best we can. It's a challenge. We're in a place now where those federal monies have already gone out, if you will. There's been some needs that are carried forward out of the pandemic into this budget cycle. Unfortunately, we don't have the same resources in this budget cycle. So it's a very stressful time, not just in our committee, but obviously in other committees and state government, trying to jockey, if you will, the position for less money this year. With that, I'll turn it back over to Representative Graning. But I also want to say thank you for allowing me to serve for these 8 years. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. So I'm going to talk to you for a little bit, Edye, Graning, hi, Jericho, a little bit about something I'm excited to talk about and a little bit about what you really want to hear about, so please bear with me for the moment. My committee is Commerce and Economic Development, and we look at consumer privacy and protecting consumers, for protections. And one of the things that we are working on is putting together data privacy for Vermont, which we don't have right now. And so we're looking at data minimization and opting in for things, and that bill should be coming up next week or the week after, and it's then going to the Senate, I hope. We've been spending a lot of time working with industry and working with consumer protection groups and trying to come up with a way that we can get Vermonters' data and anybody who's in Vermont online or doing anything online protected. So I'm really excited about that and looking forward to that. So I just wanted to share and keep an eye out for that. I know what you really want to know about is taxes. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody because there has been so much confusion with the school taxes. I'm going to put my school board hat on for wear both of them at the same time. The school ballots that you had, if you got an absentee ballot, are no longer void. The district decreased the school budget by $5.5 million, and we'll be voting on that on April 2nd. And so, just to be really clear, that's why there's no vote today. That vote will be later. We did look at what does the district need, what do students need. When the law was previously the Article VIII law that we had at the beginning of the year when we were budgeting, we had extra money in there for physical needs for school plants, for all of our buildings and properties. Without that law, there's no benefit to our district to have a higher budget because everybody has to pay all of that right away. So we're going to figure out how to get the money for that down the road. It's things that we need in the next 4 or 5 years. It's not things that we need today, but the reduced budget is what we need today to meet student needs, to meet building needs, to protect all students. And I brought some numbers. Just bear with me for a second. In 2022, the base tax rate for the school budget was 1.478. In 2023, it came down to 1.30. 2024 and 23 and 24, we got extra federal money that we bought down the rate with. It was 1.20, and this year the estimated rate is 1.25, 1.26. So we're still lower than we were in 23 and 24, or 23 and 22, the tax rate. Not CLA, we haven't had an assessment in a long time here, that's something else. But we are, as a district, really looking at how to keep that cost down. There will be 2 information meetings coming up, one next week and one 2 weeks after that before the vote, so there will be a lot more information about what the budget is. So I know that's what we wanted to hear about, and I wanted to make sure that that information is there, and we do have really good information. And then 2 quick things. There's this Freedom and Unity comic book guide, a graphic guide to civics and democracy in Vermont, and they're up front for the young and young at heart if you wanted to take a look. So you could grab that. And we also have, Trevor and I have our town meeting report, which is also up front there, which has more information about lots of other laws that we're looking at, lots of other changes that we're looking at in Vermont. So thank you so much, really appreciate it, and happy Council.
so we're going to gear up here now. The first thing I want to do is, if you don't have an annual report, there are copies down here on the left on the table that you can grab. And you will need that if you want to see either the warning or the budget anywhere with what the select board chooses to show you on the overhead. If you've got your town report in front of you, I draw your attention to page 2, which is what I wrote to help you understand how we do business here at the town meeting. So take a look at that. And my favorite thing to point out is a bit of a warning. If you hear me say, if there's no objection, that is a moderator's trick. It's to avoid having to put anything for vote on the floor. And it's an efficient way to do business, but it's only useful if everybody in the room agrees with me that that's how we should proceed. So if you do have an objection, when I say if there's no objection, then speak up. The other thing I should mention, actually, the next thing I want to mention is I will proceed with something, just to say that my name is David Barrington. I'm the moderator of this town. And the reason I say that right now is, when you speak, please, first of all, give your own name, so that we have it for the record. And I should say that the recording secretary will be recording your name from the transcript, the tape transcript from the meeting. She won't be taking it actively here at the meeting. So speak clearly when you stand up, and I will remind you if you don't say your name. I think that's it. So I'd like to call the meeting of the Town of Jericho for 2024 to order. We'll proceed according to the town warning, which you will find in your town report on page 7. Now, I should say that a couple things I learned from Donald Fay, who was moderator here since the Civil War. And one of them is how to get something on the floor. It's an odd bit of language that's peculiar to this town. And it's a question. And it's a question that I asked the citizens. And that question is, what do you wish to do with this article? And at that point, that's an invitation for you to move that the motion be placed on the floor for discussion. So you simply say, well, I move Article 1, or whatever that we're discussing. I need to read each article, it's full amount. And there's one other thing I want to say, which I've forgotten, so I'm going to move on. Oh, I know where I'm going. Could we have the front desk introduce themselves? Let's do that first.
Hi everyone, I'm Eric Johnson. I have just completed my first term as select board, and I have actually decided to put my name on the ballot again for another term. So I've been here 3 years. It's only my second time in town meeting because last year was our first in-person town.
That's all right, not gonna do anything. I'm Kathleen current chair. I've done this, I've been part of town meeting since 2008, but it always makes me nervous because it's such an important meeting in the community.
I'm Joe Flynn. I was appointed to fill out Wayne Howe's term. I greatly appreciate Wayne's service to the town. So again, this is my first time up here. I am on the ballot to run for the remainder of Wayne's term also.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Abbott. I'm the town administrator.
All right, good people. Let's begin with Article 1. Shall the voters approve the proposed fiscal year ending 2025 budget of $3,456,499, including spending unanticipated funds such as state and federal grants and gifts? What do you wish to do with Article 1?
I move Article 1.
Gay Simington moves Article 1.
Second, Elizabeth King.
Very good. At this point, we will invite the select board to review the details of Article 1, and remember that this is your budget, so that at any point you have a question or a comment, be recognized and speak up. There's a moving microphone on a stand in the middle there. We can get the microphone moving for people who are unable or uninterested in standing up. Speak up and let us help you be able to talk.
As chair, I get to start with the revenues. You'll find the budget on pages 11 through 17 in your report. And we start with the process in November, asking all the departments what they would like, their budget, and also the materials go out to all the non-mandated, the ones that you've chosen to support over the years, and they report back what they would like to see in the budget. And then the staff puts together the initial report, and then the select board adds more things to it. And so by the time we finished, we looked at the budget, and it was almost a 9% increase. We knew that was not going to float this year, given that the news had come out about the school taxes. And it also, we knew at that point we needed to have a bond for the maintenance facility. So the select board got out a very, very sharp pencil and reduced the amount to be raised by taxes, did only the minimum we could, which is 1.79%. So we're looking to add up for taxes $2,979,399. And this is an increase of 1.79%, essentially 1.8%. The good news about that is the grand list is expected to increase about 1.6%. So the increase from the town portion of the budget is almost essentially minimal, 0.017. So it should be, it's only a few dollars on a $300,000 house. The other items that we do a budget with is that, if you look under penalties and interest, pretty much the delinquent taxes are expected to stay the same. We have increased the penalties from delinquent tax to better reflect the historical collection pattern to $21,000, which is an increase of $3,000, which is 16.7%. It seems like a significant amount, but when you're dealing with only in thousands, it doesn't seem much. But it's going to be interesting to see. We've now changed, starting in fiscal year 25, instead of 8% of penalty for being late at the end of the last collection, which is in March, it will be 4% for both, split between the two, both your September payment and the March payment. So depending on when you're late, or hopefully nobody's late because nobody likes to get hit with a penalty. So we're expecting penalties and interest to increase to $30,000. Under intergovernmental, which is one of our larger revenue sources outside of taxes, There's minimal changes there. We've reduced the state aid for roads because that's dependent on what the state puts into the AOT budget for going to local roads. And so based on the changing of the numbers, we reduced that by $5,000, which is about 2%. The payment in lieu of taxes is very small, but it looks like it's a large reduction of almost 16.7%, but it's only $200 because we only get $900. We moved it to $1,000 instead of $1,200. So all the rest, municipal road grant and aid, that's money that comes directly to the towns to support the work on the roads. It's our hydrologically connected roads, and that's to meet the changes for stormwater and water quality for the protect the lake. Because it turns out gravel roads have a large amount of phosphorus because phosphorus is in our soils. And so intergovernmental numbers are for $273,600, which is a reduction of $8,500. Licenses and fines, that's also substantial. There have been some big changes. Law enforcement, based on the number, as everybody complains about people speeding through Jericho, turns out the sheriff has been very effective. And so it helps offset some of the costs of the sheriff's department. But if you look at the past history, we have increased the fines to $60,000 this year because they've been in the upper 50s for the last few years. And that's an increase of $25,000, which is 71% of the number there. But it is based on historical numbers, so we're not just pulling it out of the hat. The other substantial changes that looks as big as it's $450 on all other licenses, and that's actually the numbers of money we get from people who need liquor licenses in the town. But it's, to put it in historical numbers, that's an increase of 81%. I mean, that's so you can't just go by the percentage, you have to look at actually what the actual dollar value is. We reduced the amount of copier fees and recording fees because more people are using digital, and then of course recording fees are all the things that you go to the town hall and have to have recorded, whether it's your septic permits or your refinancing or any of those other things. But a lot of it is based on the increase in the mortgage rates and reduced the amount of people looking to refinance or have their homes. And so all other licenses and fees, we're expecting about $145,000, which is a 10.4% increase. In miscellaneous, there is a change in the interest in checking. We've increased the budget from $4,024 to $7,525, which is an increase of $3,500. And again, that's a significant increase of 87.5%. But that has to do with the ARPA money that we have in an interest raising account, and that really substantially increased the amount of interest we're earning in town. The solar lease stays the same year to year because it is a lease. This is the solar field that's on the town garage, old dump site essentially. And they pay us $12,000 a year just to use the land. And not classified to stay the same. The only difference in total in miscellaneous was the change in the interest rate. So that brings the total revenue to $3,456,499 for the budget for the year, which is an increase essentially of $60,019 for 1.8%. And now I'll pass it on to Joe Flynn, who will start talking about how we're going to spend it.
That's what they do to the new guy, tell you how to spend it. So I'll be covering the budget items from line item number 100 to 179. Overall, I'm just going to hit upon the highlights and some of the changes. Again, if there's questions, we can get them, but I'm just going to go through a very brief manner. Town treasurer, again, the percentage increase was 15.5%. You know, the increases are again salary benefits, as we all know. Benefits always go up, and as town staff and everyone else, you always hope your salary goes up. So anyway, we have a change of 15.5% for $16,674 there. Administration with select boards. The biggest item we have here is line item 108. We allocated $50,000 for extra staff, depending on how a consultant report from Accent comes back and where we can fit most efficiently have support within our town. So we allocated $50,000 in next year's budget to facilitate that. I'll bring up, just for simple clarification, a good example is line item 116. We see a 33% change in that. And again, when we have values that are fairly low and we make what I say a small change, the percentage looks high. So again, 33% is indicative change in regards to previous years, although it looks high. It's pretty nominal of a $1,000 change in the overall budget. Moving on to town clerk. Again, the highlights, we're looking at the only big change we have there is a 240.5% change. And the funny thing about being a new guy, when we first went over this, I said, what is that? And I was quickly told it's the election. So that goes up and down. It's election year, so we definitely have a higher budget amount. Again, we're looking at a 14% increase in town clerk, which is kind of the same as we're looking at for the town treasurer. A little bit more, a little bit less than we had at the town administrator. Again, looking down at the listing salaries. Again, we're looking at percentage change that are indicative of the times with salaries and benefits. Overall, the listing change is lower at 6.1% for $2,662. On planning and zoning, again, not overall changes. The 1% change is we're looking at line item 143. We're seeing a 250% change in that, and again, I question that. And that is continuing education for our town planner. We're looking to send her to project management classes to more facilitate the goals established in the town plan. So we allocated more money this year to get our town planner better educated to facilitate what the town believes we need in the town plan. Moving on to the biggest items we have in our budget is always highways and bridges. One of the biggest changes we had this year is, again, we're looking at the bond vote, and we definitely looked at this whole section very closely. Line item 157, we're seeing a 90% reduction in the maintenance of the existing town garage. Again, this is just common sense. If we are looking forward to building a new town garage, the necessity of having a recurring amount in maintaining existing garage is not there. So we took the opportunity to try to slash the budget a little bit there too. And another one is line item 167. This is basically our paving budget. So again, the discussion this year was when we were looking at a roughly 17%, close to 10% increase. With everything else going down in regards to the possible school budget increase, we decided to look at ways to try to reduce this. And one of the biggest ticket items we have is paving. Overall, after discussion, we agreed to substantially slash paving for this year. We basically went from $295,000 line item to $100,000 for just this year. One thing to keep in mind too is that doesn't mean you slash the road maintenance. We have specific line items in our budget to cover gravel, tree maintenance and so on, culverts and so on. So those items are still there. We will be able to maintain our roads based on the budget as they're separate items.
And lines.
And lines, yes, and lines, right. Thank you, Eric. So again, in an effort to be fiscally responsible and try to keep a level funded budget, we slashed that for this year. Overall, the reduction in highways and bridges, we have a reduction of 14.2% and a reduction of $219,936.
That mean?
You're up.
Now, pass it off to Eric.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna start at line 180, which is summer recreation.
Excuse me, there's a question.
Good morning, Phil Levitt, Skunk Hollow Road. I'd like to propose at this time an amendment to the road budget, if I may. And that would be the addition of $500 to help revise the road specs. For those who don't know, the road specs are part of the public works specs. Our current town plan requires that they be revised. Our current town
So,
plan.
may I just, you gotta slow you down a little bit. I didn't hear the whole amendment. Can we start with that? And
Yes.
did you say your name?
I did, Phil Levitt, Skunk Hollow Road.
Good. Yeah, oh, you're gonna turn on the mic. Just on top, there's a little slider button. Oh, we're on bottom.
I don't see a light, so.
Does it work?
Just hold it here.
All right, just a minute.
Just this.
My apologies, if you would begin completely over again.
Good morning. My name is Phil Newbeck, I live on Skunk Hollow Road. I'm proposing an amendment to the road budget, and that would be the addition of $500 to revise the road specs. And I was saying, for those who don't know, the road specs are part of the public works specs. Our current town plan calls for them to be revised, and they have not been revised since 2009. Now, since that time, Jericho has tried to be a more bike and pedestrian-friendly community. The word bike and bicycle are used twice in the road specs. Our town report points to the paving of Skunk Hollow Road with evident pride about the double line fog line. And any cyclist can tell you that that white paint is slippery. In addition, the second line was painted in the shoulder rather than the travel lane. My plan is to have a revision to the town road specs so that that sort of mistake is not made again, and this town becomes more friendly for bikes and pedestrians. Thank you.
Is there a second to the motion?
Amy, do you have a second? Amy Capitan, I second.
Amy Capitan. Yes? Okay, is there discussion on the motion to increase the budget by $500 for revision of the town road specs? Is there some response from the select board about this?
Yeah, Phil had talked to the select board.
I can't hear you without the mic.
Oh, okay, yeah. There we go, sorry. All right, Phil had already talked to the select board about that because normally we try to do the fog line so that there is this, we don't, some of the roads don't have enough shoulder, that there's this corrected, because otherwise the amount of blasting you have to do in some of the parts of Stone Hollow. So, but it was a surprise when they did the double fog lines, and she said it was very slippery. And so we agreed that, you know, the double was a little excess. However, the select board has been trying, I've been pushing it for quite a few years myself, to actually revise the entire public works specs. We've tried to get several grants over the years because it is, redo the entire public works specs was going to cost about $40,000. And so, but it is, you know, but we can do it incrementally or cut and paste from very different towns to make it a lot cheaper over time. Does that help?
Yes, that's helpful. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth King. My question may have been answered in there. Is there a reason that we can't go in and modify one part of those public? I understand that the whole project, very large. Can we go in and just say, we're gonna fix this one thing that is causing disruption to our citizens?
Yes.
Okay, if so, I would encourage people to vote in favor of the amendment.
Before they do that, you almost answered the question. Do we have reason to believe that $500 will do what you're asking, or that just, I was just wondering where the 500 came from?
Throwing out a number that might be palatable. There's a lot in the budget. I'm fairly certain that you guys can get volunteers. I have volunteered to work on this. We've got engineers in town, we've got all kinds of people, but we tend not to do anything until we throw a number at it, so I threw a number at it.
Fair enough, thank you.
Real quick, consider, I agree that we can address just that one road typical on that. I do disagree that 500 is not enough. And it's
Did you, I'm not sure you know what you just said. You said you disagree that 500 is not enough.
Let me be clear. I'm not convinced 500 is enough. And while volunteers are good, reference to public works specs and so on from an engineer is probably a preferred path for the town to go. So again, I will just make the comment, yes, we can. I'm unsure if that's enough. If someone wants to discuss it further.
Well, my sense is that we should take the $500 with a grain of salt and consider the motion in terms of its essence, which is, do we want to improve the road specs in this town? And we'll let the select board deal with the budget. That's the moderator's private opinion. But how would you like to proceed on this? Is there further questions or comments? I thought I heard yes. No? I see no hands. You heard? Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I just want to make sure we're clear that are we looking at all the road specs or just the specifications for lines for bikes?
The motion is stated is for the whole set of specs. Right?
The motion was for the whole specs, but that doesn't mean, as Elizabeth King pointed out, that we can't do a small piece at a time.
So at this point, the citizens can place some trust in the select board to act on this motion if they approve it in a way that best suits the needs of the town. I think that would be the spirit of your approach to the question. Go ahead.
Hi, Dave Schuler. Knowing that these things could be easily 20, 30, 40,000 to do a whole spec over with the engineering fees and that, I would move that it be limited to only the pipeline spec being updated this time without a more appropriate number available of what the actual cost of a full road spec update might run into.
Okay, so I am going to take this as an amendment to the motion, which is to limit what the money can be spent for. And I need a little bit more careful language. what was the phrase about limit to what?
Limited exclusively to the road lane specification in the appropriate
Road what?
bicycle lane,
Lane.
bicycle lane specification.
I don't think that's what you want. I think you want road striping, right? Because we don't have bicycle lanes.
Okay, I'll be with the exact, is it bicycle lane striping, bicycle,
I don't know what you want. I'm just saying, I don't think you want to include bike lanes when you don't have them.
I think the point is that we're talking about a hazard here to bicyclists, and we're trying to address that hazard. So whatever language gets us there would be helpful. Does the original mover of the motion?
limited exclusively to what would solve the problem being addressed and no further without a quote or something from the construction, producing from engineers to understand what a full revision requires.
So moderator, here's what I have.
I have We have competing contributions to language here. Since I have, the one I have in hand wins because it's in my hands. Limit to add road striping and bike pedestrian to what? Oh, I'm gonna start again. So limiting the expense to adding road striping and bike pedestrian indicators to existing road specs.
I approve.
Okay, I'll say you made the
Yes,
amendment.
that was my motion, yes.
Yeah. And then we need a second to the amendment.
Second.
Your name, seconder? Okay. I guess people didn't understand your last name. Okay, we're moving right along here, folks. Any discussion to the amendment? Okay. Okay, well, we're just fixing the amendment. We'll go back to the motion. Right? So, well, the way it would read altogether, since you asked, is that we would increase the road budget for revision of the road specs to be limited to road striping and bike pedestrian indicators to existing road specs. I gotta clean that up. Or take off the road specs at the end since it was everything. So that's the whole thing, but we're voting on the limitation right now, if you are ready to vote. Are you ready to vote? Do you want to say something?
I am curious, so this is a revision we're talking about. Oh, yes, Linda I,
Yeah.
Palmer Lake. So we're talking about a revision. What if this review that needs to happen to revise it goes over $500? Is there an unlimited budget for this?
I think that's at the moment at the discretion of the select board. That's what I was talking about in terms of trusting the select board to move wisely. Anything else, people? Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment. Go ahead.
Michelle Morris, Shilharbor Road. My question is there a better mechanism for addressing bike and pedestrian concerns than the budget discussion? My concern is that when you add terms like indicators, we haven't defined that. There's lack of clarity around what we're talking about. I'm fully in support, to be clear, of revising the road specs to better accommodate bicyclists and pedestrians. I'm an avid bicyclist and I have a lot of issues with our roads around the safety, but I'm not sure this is the appropriate place and time to have that happen. I understand Phil's desire to prompt it by including it in the budget, but I'm concerned this is the wrong venue for that, and we might be causing other unintended consequences. So my question for the moderator and select board is there a better mechanism for addressing these outdated road specs? And to better accommodate bicyclists and pedestrians?
The moderator's not going to answer that question. The select board may choose to do so.
Kevin Mahar, Nashville Road. I'm actually part of the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. So we have a $5,000 budget to try to make everybody be able to ride their bicycle everywhere in Jericho. And we typically do not use that budget because we don't really have enough support and the gears all rolling together. So, the answer, $5,000 is supposed to be used for that, but we don't have an awesome plan of how to do it yet.
As you might imagine, this is a bit of a challenge for a moderator. We actually have an amendment on the floor, and I would like to deal with what has made it to the floor, which is specific language about the edge of these roads. The last two comments have not necessarily been germane to the language. So I'd like to focus your attention on the language and ask you if you're ready to vote on that language. If there's no objection, I'll ask for you to vote, voice vote. So all those in favor of the, let me read it to you again. So the amendment is to specify the original motion, which is related to revising the road specs. And it limits the activity for the $500 to be used to add road striping and bike pedestrian indicators to existing road specs. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. Oh, dear. Okay, there needs to be a division, and I need some help. I need people. Maybe I can get the usual suspects to help me count.
I'm the usual suspect. I inherited usual suspect.
Second generation offender. I'm assuming everybody in this room has been here before, and I shouldn't. The way this works is we count the different sections of the room, there are 4, and each of these people will count the hands in a different section. And I'll be asking you to raise your hands whether you approve, don't, or abstain.
I need something to write with.
So, I guess I can stand up here, and maybe we could start with the front right section. So all those in favor? Front right? To me, right to me? Right.
Dave, with 4 counters, you can do it all at once, we can just each count.
Have we got 4 people? Is there somebody in the back left, right? Can you get one more counter for the back right? Somebody? On the side? My right, not yours. Okay, so we're gonna do exactly so. So now all hands up for in favor. Sorry.
I'm gonna count you again. I'm gonna count you again. Put your hands back up.
Hands up, please. Did I get you back? Right here. What's the back right now? Oh, coming up. Thanks for your patience.
He just needs your number, yeah.
Okay, people, let's go to voting no on the amendment. Hands up for voting no. And abstain, not voting.
This meet, the second vote was 6.
No, the abstention.
Sorry. Business.
Okay, people, the amendment passes by a vote of those voting 70 in favor and 62 against. We return to the main motion. By any chance you're ready to vote on the main motion, or is there further discussion? Great. I'm going to assume that means we're ready to vote on the main motion. So all those in favor of increasing the budget by $500 to the road budget, limited to adding road striping and bike pedestrian indicator to existing road specs. Well, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it.
Division.
Division it is. One more vote on this one. All right, it's getting good at this, people. We've had practice. So, all those in favor, please have your hands up.
Is this in favor?
In favor. All right, people, we are ready for your negative vote.
Sorry.
You count these two?
I did not.
Technical error, people.
Add 3, please, in my section.
All right, all those who wish to vote no, please raise your hands. And abstain on motion to increase the budget by $500. Go to the road. Okay, just a minute. The motion passes. The vote among the voters, the people who voted yes or no, is 86 in favor and 65 against. At this point, I'd like to remind you of an old saying about government. Democracy is the least efficient form of government in the world, but it's better than anything else. All right. We are still on Article 1. And do you know where you are anymore? Yeah, go ahead.
I do, thank you. So I'm on line 180, which is summer rec program. So if you look at 180, that's actually a revenue stream. It's a little confusing to put it there, but it also makes sense to include it with that whole summer rec program. So if you look, that we're expecting a budget change of that line of 35,000, and again, that's based on what we had for actuals for FY23. So if you look down through, that whole section actually decreases the amount of cost to the taxpayers. The total net after you figure in the salary increases and other things, we get that whole program for $19,785, which is a lower cost, net cost than we've had. But the actual in 23 was also quite low. So that summer rec, we get great value out of that program for a lower cost. Do you have a question?
Yes, Ned Boyce. I'm curious, unless there are added people, why the salaries are up 18% for 1 year. I didn't get an 18% raise, I know that.
Let's see what I have in salaries.
Excuse me, 18.9%, 19%.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a why. I do have that one increased by 18%. But
I mean, this question goes back to the same thing. We were talking about an increase for the treasurer, about 15% increase for the town clerk, 14, 15, 16%. Where are these numbers coming from? You haven't told us.
a lot of them come from healthcare. Other do come from
Healthcare, 18%, 15%?
Again, the fees are up for that program, so our actual cost is lower than what we had projected for last year, a decrease of $14,000. Go ahead, Ron.
I'm Ron Stevens. A couple of points to be made. First, on the treasurer's side, there was an increase in the number of hours. It just was not a rate increase of 40%. So I just wanted to clear that up. The other thing is that if you look at the summer rec program and compare the salaries with the budget for next year as to what they actually were in the actual for 2023, it's about half the rate of increase. So in this case, this is an example where you really don't want to compare it to the budget for the current year, but look at the actual for last year. So that's a more reasonable comparison. Thanks.
Good point, Ryan. Thank you. Okay, now. Yep. So no change to insurances, or what we're projecting for insurances anyway. Next section is public health and safety. We have only a 3% increase request from Essex Rescue, level funding Richmond, and the police services do go up by 26%, $37,000, and that is just the cost that we have. Most of that cost goes to the sheriff. We do have some of that cost that's allocated to the state police, but the state police only provide up to 8 hours a week as available, and they are often short-staffed and don't have that. So most of that goes to the sheriff, and again, some of that increase is offset by the expected increase in fines that we covered in the revenue section. Unless she wanted to. Colleen, were you hoping to speak?
I mean, you can want me to, but it's okay with them.
Hello?
When you folks are speaking, can you speak clearly in the mic? Folks back here are having a hard time hearing.
Sure, can you hear me okay now?
Turn up the amplification.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move past that. Any questions on the public safety section? Building maintenance, no major changes there. Yeah, so I did want to call your attention to line 207, stormwater permits and maintenance. That increase there of $13,000 comes from the 3-acre permitting that we are now, the town of Jericho is now going to be responsible for some of the cost of the 3-acre stormwater rule for part of Jericho East, for the roads portions that we own. I do believe that we're hoping to get some grants to help us with that. That's where that increase comes for that, and that makes up the increase, almost the entire increase for that whole section. No changes to Jericho conservation and public use. Small change to the town center library. You'll see that last year we allocated $10,000 towards building improvements for the center library, and we did not include anything there. And I did want to just call that to attention because we did allocate $100,000 of our ARPA funding to the Jericho Center Library as part of our appropriations for those funds. So we did give them the additional $10,000 because of that. mandated. Mandated is just passed on to the town, no major changes there. I don't have any significant changes in that section. That's all I have, Catherine.
Over the last few years, we've revised. Question?
Hi, Dan Gregoire, Gravel Drive. I meant to ask a question about the roads and bridges section of the budget. I got sidetracked by the lines tracking to buses. Line item for road improvements, just $100,000 for paving. I think it's like what we use. So right now.
167.
167, roadway improvements. We've got $100,000 for paving. Is it reasonable to assume that the select board has not committed or anticipate to commit to any roadway improvement project for fiscal year 2025? There's nothing in the works.
The road improvements actually is both, generally is both paving and gravel roads. But there's also the usual grading and everything else in the summer for gravel roads.
I'm asking about standalone projects, roadway maintenance. That's not my question.
At the moment, we have not, and mostly because we wanted to mitigate the increase to the taxpayers of the town, knowing that we were coming in to ask for a bond. And we thought for 1 year, we could try to see as small an increase as we possibly could, which meant that because the roads are the biggest, we did slash it. The idea is that because it's a young road crew, we still need to fill in a slot for another member, that it would give them also time to figure out, how to work better as a team. And so we haven't put any major gravel road projects in there at the moment.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name's Meg McBride, and I live on Skunk Hollow Road. I do have just a couple of clarifying questions. Hopefully they can be quick ones. One is to start, just the comment that this gentleman made here about the hours versus increase in pay. Is there any way that we can know that? So you mentioned that the town treasurer has more hours in the new budget. So it appears as a salary increase, but it's actually not a salary increase, it's actually their right? Is that correct?
Overall, the individual salaries increased about 4%. And what you see with salaries and benefits is because once you increase the salary, no matter which department it is, you also increase the benefits because Social Security and Medicare also part of that package. Because those are automatic benefits, so you have to take money out,
Sure, I get that, thank you. No, it's just that for the future, it'd be nice if we were able to somehow know if these increases are associated with like a 4% increase in salary, which makes total sense, or whether it's an increase in hours, right? Because it's hard to know that just looking at the budget.
Right.
And so similarly, I'm just curious too, that in this budget, we don't separate salary for an administrator or select board. I'm just out of curiosity, I'd be curious if select board members are paid for the positions?
We get real high.
But I was just kind of curious, because it's lumped, again, it's just not something that's clear.
The select board gets an $1,800 stipend.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your service. Okay, and then this one is a real I am curious about the non-mandated appropriations that the town does, and obviously many of these, like you said, Catherine, come from things that the town has decided in the past that they want to support.
What line?
Well, they start at line 222. And so I am curious, some of these are reported in the report. So like Browns River Little League has a lovely summary of what they're doing, but some of these are pretty unknown. And in particular, one that I looked at last night that I could find little information about was the Chittenden Unit on Special Investigations, line 226. And the website that was given in this document did not even lead to a page that could tell me about it. I did find out through a little Google research that it looks like this is like a special team that investigates family issues, criminal issues, but I just was curious, like, do we even know if that task force still exists? Because the latest stuff I found is from 2021.
QC still exists.
Okay.
And when it used to be, it was always a contention of how it was funded, whether it was based on the caseload. Because years ago, Jericho had a big case here that had to do with sexual abuse of children. And so that's where they started asking Jericho to pay for it. It was based on the caseload, and but over time it's been adjusted to where it's based on your percent of the population of Chittenden County, so everybody puts into the funding for QC.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Good morning, Tracy Wright, Christy Lane. I think you just answered my question, but it also has to do with the same line item she was talking about, which is line item 226, and we're seeing a 47.5% decrease. I'm assuming that's because of the funding change that you just mentioned, Catherine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Howard, Old Pump Road. I have a question on 198, the street lights. Does that include repairing or replacing ones that are no longer there?
Streetlights are what we pay for electricity to Green Mountain Power and Vermont Electric.
I'm just curious, because the one by the Jericho Ale and Bean has been missing for about a year now.
Yeah, unfortunately, that particular style is no longer being fixed. So we have to look for a new style and then get it put into place. I mean, it would be nice if you had extra, but we've had parts that we can use for other ones, but this whole thing needs work. There's no question about it. We do need to have that fixed. But, so we're looking at, 'cause I would like to have similar lights in Jericho Center, because at night in the winter near the store, we've looked at it a couple of years ago to try to do that. And at that point, we found out that the street lights, we need to revise again. That's also in Public Works, this particular style. But it will be, it's on the list. That's all I can tell you.
Hi, I'm Martha Prince on Lee River Road. I just had a question. Well, could you get closer to the mic, please? Pardon? Get closer to the mic. Or it comes off the stand, so just take it out of the stand.
I got it. Maybe the feedback. So Martha Prince on Lee River Road. I just had a comment and making sure that I'm clear and that everyone else is clear. On the treasurer's salary, if you look on the handout that was given, it says the salary rate increase is actually 4.1%, but the total increase is due to a 4-hour additional hours added per week. So when we're looking at that higher number of percentages going to the treasurer's department, we just need to keep in mind that she's added 4 hours a week to her day that she's not going to do for free, I don't think. Is that correct?
Yes. Any other questions before we move into our capital improvement costs as well as cash outlay for equipment? Because you'll see there isn't a whole lot of changes there this year. But I did want to mention about ARPA. We did not get the $500,000 in ARPA that we were anticipating to put to the bond, because we did not want to be presumptuous to the taxpayers. So that's why you don't see a $500,000 for 25 in the budget to be used for the maintenance facility, because it's up to the taxpayers to vote on that, rather than us to be presumptuous and assume it's going to happen. But there still is money in there for fund to do so. But I wanted to give an idea over the past, ever since we've had ARPA funding, what we have done. Wayne gave a little update last year, but some of this will be repetitive and some will add to what we've done this year, in fiscal year 24. We started with not quite $1.5 million, and the first tranche of money went to improving and actually completely replacing our servers, because they were no longer being able to be updated, so it was a real security risk. So we've updated our cybersecurity. It's become a real issue for municipalities because of the ransomware issues that are out there, so people have to be careful. We're much more cyber aware. We've also put more money into highway equipment. We bought road striping equipment and everything, so we can make the fog lines with it, but we can't. It's to put the 25 on the road, or make the crosswalks or things like that. But we bought the striping equipment, the trailer that goes with the templates, things like that. We also bought other stuff for the highway department. We've put money into the fire department for equipment. We've put our proportionality into the Deborah Rawson for a new HVAC system. We put money into a nice disc golf course at the Brownsburg Middle School. An ice rink was built at the Jericho Elementary School. And we put the $100,000 in reserve for the town library to be used for ADA accessibility studies, as well as building repairs or whatever. And then they also can use that money as a grant match, because they're looking at a MERP, which is a municipal energy replacement, where they're hoping that older facilities can update their heating systems. And of course, the town library uses kerosene, so it really means something there. We've also put money into buying a property to be used for affordable housing. And then, as I said, I want to put money into trying to get new lighting for the Jericho Center, where it's by the store at night, because if a person comes at night across the passenger side, it's sometimes very difficult to see with the lighting that's there. And people have talked about that it is a safety issue. So in terms of net cash outlay, that's pretty much what we're talking about for the upcoming year. But we now go over to line 257, and this is interest on our debt. And that includes not just the debt on the town hall bond right now, but it includes all the financing for our trucks and the graders and all those other nice big pieces of very expensive highway equipment. And this has gone up from budget 2024 from 16,000 to now 28,000 for the interest of the debt and 198,000 for the actual principal. So it's a substantial increase, and that's because a truck came in early. We were not expecting it in 2024, but it came in, and so we had to start paying for it. That's why you see the big change in 2025, even though we don't plan to buy a truck this year. And then, oh dear. Hope you didn't lose any stitches.
Oh, this won't take one of them. Ready for the question?
Oh, absolutely.
Elizabeth Bernstein and her knitting, Milo White Road. First, I want to say how grateful I am that we're having this portion of the meeting where we can find out what the reason behind all of these items, and we can speak to our select people and help build the budget. I think this is just fabulous. Number 255, sidewalk construction. I was wondering where it was going to be built, where the sidewalks going to be built.
The $600,000 grant is for the sidewalk at Riverside, which goes from the center store into Underhill.
So people could walk safely along that whole distance, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In Riverside.
And theoretically, it might by 2026 be ready for construction. Lee River Road, we've been sitting on for a while. It probably will also not be able to go into construction in 2025. It still needs some right-of-way issues to be solved. And then, oh no. Sorry.
I don't think that's ever happened before.
Memory served, it happened about 8 years ago. Yes.
We're going to take some transfers from our reserve funds, road impact fees to help put into the highway budget, as well as heavy vehicles and equipment, since we're paying for the truck early. So that helps actually take a little more money off what the taxpayers, immediate taxes, because it's been in the reserve fund. And the transfers, so there's only $55,000 coming out of the reserve funds, and then we're going to transfer into the reserve fund the reappraisal fund. That's money comes from the state anyway to help fund this stuff, and so we're putting $25,000 in because there will be once you meet certain criteria based on the state, you do have to do a reappraisal, and we're facing that right now. And then we're also going to put money into the sidewalk, there it is, line 277, we're putting money into the sidewalk fund because this will be our match for the grants over time. We have to keep building it up to pay for our match of these sidewalk grants. So we're going to transfer 55 out of the reserve funds and put 85 in, so it's a net reserve activity going into the reserve funds of $30,000, which gives us a total budget of $3,456,499. Now, we also have pulled out things that you'll see separately on your tax bill because they come from, we're essentially a transfer point as opposed to, and so we're collecting money for the Underhill Fire Department, Underhill Jericho Fire Department, and so we collect they're asking for $579,107, and that's our 62% of the budget. And then we collect that, and then we'll pass on to them $579,107. And we'll see that for the Deborah Rawson, they had a small increase of 7.5%, where they're asking, and that one, because they're a municipality, it truly is a transfer. They don't have a way of taxing, but they are a municipality that you go to their meeting in January, and that's where the budget is passed for there, and that's $194,350. The Old Red Mill is a millage that the town has voted on to put into a reserve fund to help maintain the old mill building, and that's for $18,922. And then the same thing for the conservation fund that has been voted on by the public to put money into the reserve fund for conservation. And this year it was important because it helped fund money and fill in a hole to help preserve the land that used to be the hunt land is now the farm upstream. And it was also used for money to preserve the Davis farm and put money into conservation so that the last remaining dairy farm in Jericho is now has preserved land. So those totals were $827,424. And then, it's very small this year, but it's always been my job to do the capital budget. But basically this year, it's just $100,000 that we're using on the road fund, as opposed to what people might see, my gosh, what's happening in 2025, where it jumps from 100,000 in our budget in 2025 and 2026, you'll see it like $3 million, but that's because in 2026, fiscal year 26, the Bridge 15 is going to be done by AOT, and that's actually the cost of the bridge. It's not our cost, but we put it in there so that people are aware of that.
Catherine, do you want to mention that is on a different page? You're on page 18?
That's page 19.
Yeah. You know, let's slow this down a little bit. Capital budget was not.
It's part of the regular budget, but you put it separately because these are big numbers. These are items that last more than 5 years, basically. So it'd be our sidewalks, our equipment, our bridges, culverts, trails, anything like that. So I think that's the budget.
That is the budget. Very good. Now is the time to make any changes or to clear up any misunderstandings that remain in your minds.
Tracy Wright, Christy Lane. Catherine, I think what I heard you say was you read the total budget of what's listed on page 16, the $3,456,499. But I think based on our motion, our amendment earlier, we'll be voting $3,456,999. Yes.
Chuck Lacey, Jericho Center, Stephen 25. Last year in 2023, the select board established 5-year housing targets for Jericho beginning in 2024.
You get closer to the mic, or turn it up, get it higher.
You can take it right out here.
Take it out.
In 2023, the select board established 5-year housing targets beginning for 2024 going for 5 years. And at the time, it committed to align the town's municipal budget and capital plan to support policies, to support policies and investments to enable meeting these targets. It also committed to, within 90 days after receiving the 90% completion report on the wastewater study, to identify the required resources, staffing, and capacity to move ahead. In 2024, at the beginning of this year, the select board affirmed those targets in the town plan. This is the first budget that you've presented to the public since making the commitments on housing and making the fresh commitments on the town plan that was approved in January. At the end of this budget, the time period on your housing targets will be 30% expired. So this is the first budget. At the end of this budget, you'll be 30% of the way through those housing targets that you committed to targets. You just approved a town plan, that's an 8-year plan, that will be 20% completed at the end of this budget. So my question is, does your work plan and the budget that you prepared align the municipal budget and the capital plan, reading out your objectives with respect to housing targets, to the extent that you project that you'll be 30% of the way through your objectives on the housing at the end of this budget year, and 20% through your objectives in the town plan at the end of this year. Does your budget put you and your work plan put you in position to meet those targets?
Well, Chuck, I realize how important affordable housing is, as you're a member of the Affordable Housing Committee, and it is important to the entire town. It was part of the major ARPA surveys that we did as well. The key is the town plan has just been approved, and there isn't zoning changes that will help increase the housing. That also is a part of the changes that need to be made. Wastewater, we have not yet had the 60% report. You're talking that wastewater, you talk about doing things when we hit the 90%. Towards the end of this month, the 60% report will be, the consultants, the engineers will be presenting in each of the growth areas what the 60% and how much it may cost the company, the town. We have to be cognizant, no matter how much we want affordable housing, we have to be cognizant of the cost to the taxpayers in the current year. Given that we need a facility for our equipment, we knew we didn't want to put more money into the regular budget. We didn't have to. We also were cognizant that the tax and school taxes were going up significantly at this point. And there's only a capacity that this town has to support these things. We want to do it, we're going to do it. We bought property with the ARPA funding. We're working, Eric could speak to this, but it looks like the way to go is going to be with Habitat for Humanity to do multiplexes on that property. But we're not there yet. There's a lot to go to get to that point. But that's what the select board is actively doing as it can without overtaxing the taxpayers in 2025. In 2026, we may be in a totally different position. We don't know where the state is coming down on the school taxes. They're talking now about completely revising how they do it. We have to be careful about how much we are able to do. I mean, it's.
I understand that. I'm trying to understand the difference between your current activities and your commitments. If you feel that you can't meet the commitments, it seems like you ought to be revising, the commitments. I guess my question is it your answer that this budget doesn't put you in position to be that far along at the end of the budget year?
I don't know. I mean, because there are, different developments that are now in phase one that may actually increase the number of affordable housing. There certainly has been housing increases over 2024, 2025. Unfortunately, they're not affordable. There's a lot of housing out there.
Right. The zoning revision you're talking about affects a very small part of the town.
So to your last point, the zoning piece, I think is probably our biggest opportunity this year to move ourselves towards those goals. Is those zoning rule updates, the things that I hear from certain people at microphones, where certain buildings are allowed and what percentage of Jericho, those types of things. Those are the things I think that are going to be on our plate this year. I think are the most important thing on our plate this year. I don't think require a lot of budget. I don't think it's just a time thing. And I think that is our best chance this year to move us towards those goals.
The current zoning changes under consideration affect about 7% of Jericho. Okay, and the preponderance of Jericho, the preponderance of where triplexes are currently illegal is not currently under consideration by the planning commission.
So Chuck, to address some of this stuff, I understand the goals. Again, the resolution proposed by the Affordable Housing was a little bit before me, but again, to facilitate this change, the town is kind of working towards your zoning changes. The planning commission is meeting, we've heard a consultant again, David White again to work. I've been in some conversations with the planning commission to not just keep it contained there, but look at other avenues. Again, I agree that our zoning regulations need to change. Again, it doesn't happen overnight. Again, it has to go through approval process. But the ball is definitely rolling in the right direction. Again, we've allocated $50,000 to look at staff. We don't know where that staff's going to be, whether it be planning, so whether it be municipal work, I don't know. But again, the ball is moving. The hope is once we get that first front load done, the zoning regs are like that. And it doesn't mean we just have to look at the village centers. But that doesn't. We can look at other avenues.
I think that would be important. If you could advance that concept, I think that would be good.
There's not to interrupt you, but there's plenty of things to look at with zoning too. Again, we can look at our zoning designations. Some of those can definitely be updated where the lines are more haphazardly drawn. So there's plenty of options. I will say this too, and just so everyone knows that while Jericho can revise our zoning regulations, one of the biggest things we still deal with is always the state mandated side. It's a wastewater, it's a stormwater, okay? It's also wetlands. We can look at all kinds of creative ways to make it advantageous to build affordable housing. But still, we're still governed by those three items, okay? Again, the idea is to facilitate those changes so we can not remove, but limit those limitations at the state level. So again, Chuck, we're moving. We want
Jericho is approving large developments with large wastewater capacity in places where only large homes are feasible. We just approved a development with 40 bedrooms and 8 houses in a place where it would not be possible under our rules to build 2-bedroom, small 2-bedroom dwellings. It's illegal to build a 1,500 square foot triplex in 70% of Jericho, even in a PUD. And anywhere in Jericho, you can build a 60,000 square foot house by permit, 3 times the size of Patrick Gym. The permitting and the impact fees for a small triplex are greater than for a massive mansion, okay? These don't require decades of work. It's really just common sense.
Understood. But and again, all those are understood. And we appreciate you bringing this up, Chuck. We do. But again, it doesn't happen overnight, but we're working on it. Okay? The planning commission is definitely working on it right now.
On 7% of Jericho. They're not addressing this.
I'm Heidi Klein, I live on Simon's Road, and it's just a question point of process. When and how is the capital budget developed? Just so that we know for next year. Because I have to say, as a member of the planning commission, one of my hopes is that the work that we do in developing the capital plan is actuated in the decisions that are made about the investments of our collective taxes. And right now I have to echo with Chuck that I'm not seeing the connect between all the work that we did through public engagement, through deliberation, and our conversations with you, to see how all of that work then translated into sort of putting our money where our mouth is. And so if that is in part happens in the development of the capital budget, I want to make sure we're prepared for next year. So when and how does this get decided, and how can we be better advocates in the future, recognizing we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, as they say, and yet if we are working towards the future, making no decision or delaying is actually keeping with the status quo. So we at some point have to put our foot into it and make some small and or large commitments towards actualizing the town plan. So again, my key question is, what is the process so that for next year, we are better ready to ensure that we've had a full conversation with the public, whether through public meeting or at other times, so that when we show up here, we can feel confident we are doing our due diligence and advocating for being on top of what we heard as members of the Planning Commission of what the town citizens wanted for our future.
Here. No?
The budget's developed in the fall, we start in the fall, but you all, the long-term, obviously you have the capital plan that starts, obviously you have the sidewalks, you have the roads, you have the things that are already in process, including the buildings and the debt.
Okay, so Catherine, what I hear you saying then is that we need to do a better job of advocating with the citizens of Jericho to get involved sooner.
Yes.
In the fall and in the development of the capital budget. And we as planning commission members can do a better job of advertising and promoting those opportunities.
Yeah, all the budget parts start in the fall.
Okay,
so
thank you very much.
And I have a comment too. I personally felt that the budget came so fast this year. I don't know if 2023 was just a speedy year and all of a sudden it went from June until October like that. So I definitely have it in my mind to start thinking about the capital budget, which obviously feeds into the other budget a lot sooner this year. Made some notes. So I agree with your sentiment. It felt rushed once it was time. That might be just me not having a good sense of time at the time, or how much effort was going into the town plan. The town plan required a lot of meetings, as you know. That took up an enormous piece of the select board agendas, and with the discussion on those. So yeah, I felt like budget time was all of a sudden here. And I know personally, I'm going to start thinking about it a lot sooner this coming season. And I think it's probably a good idea for the committees to think about that too. Hey guys, don't forget, budget's coming up. You know, think about this for capital plan, which feeds into your other budget. So.
All right, we'll be talking to you in the fall.
I don't think the secretary will understand what you just said. Would you say your name more clearly?
Ned Dubois, Wall Road, Jericho, just to be sure. You talked about $195,000 for road and maintenance that you've taken out of the budget, and you said that it was anticipation for the upcoming school budget, keeping this budget in line. But you also alluded to the fact that it seemed as though you were alluding to the fact that I think you expect that town highway bond to be approved on for that. In the last time you spoke of it. Now you said that you didn't, but that's not the way it sounded. In addition to that, the monies for the sidewalk, could that be also considered to be taken out of the budget? Because we all know in this room that the school budget is going to be enormous. We were told that the last 2 years, as a matter of fact, that it was coming up and it was to be expected. Could you take that sidewalk expenditure out of this budget? Is it written in stone? Can we make a motion to take it out for this year?
We don't anticipate major expenditures on the sidewalks this year, that they're all pre-construction. These are all grant funded. The grants have already been received.
Okay. That answers that. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Peter Booth, live over at Riverside. And this is maybe a little nervous, we're off the rails a bit from the budget. I want to echo people's sentiment about the select board sort of looking at things from more of a 10,000-foot view and future oriented. But the reason I'm here now is just a clarifying question on page 16. Under other collections and remittance, there's the fire department, but in my copy of the budget, there's nothing listed there. It's 0, and it shows a 67% decrease, and so the total for that area is 248,000, which is off by about $500,000. I just want to make sure, I couldn't quite follow how this spreadsheet was built up. I want to make sure that the final number of 3.4 million is not actually more like 3.9 million.
What you will see, we have our budget, which is the the original 3.456499.
Yeah.
The other remittances are, you see separately on your tax bill. So all this adds into your tax bill, but it is separate. Because you'll see it separate from, and unfortunately, you didn't see the Underhill Fire Department, you said, for 579,107 in your.
That's not in my version. This came in the mail a couple weeks ago.
That's too bad. That was that was not caught then.
But regardless of whether it's a year or not, all those money, under other collection and remittances, that's not reflected in the 3.4 number?
No.
Yes, it is. It's not in and it's not out, so it nets to 0. There's no effect. What you're missing from is. It's missing.
Name first. Your name first.
Brian Stevens. Peter, it's a good observation, but just to make you feel more comfortable, it's missing on the collections line as well as the remittance line underneath. So the net is 0. The net impact is 0.
I do know, where is it? It's page 16. Oh, right below. Okay, so it has, okay, I got you. Thank you.
It is working best if you take the microphone out of the stand in your hands.
Lynn Robbins on Moore Road. I had a question about the same line item. I see that there, the second article up for vote is around the fire department, so I'm curious, if you pass the budget, then how does that affect the second article?
It doesn't. Independent.
I'm Lance Polly, Fields Lane in Jericho. Got a question about line 166 on the budget for total alternative on page 13. I came late, so if you address this.
Could you take the mic out and hold it in your hand? Yeah.
Okay, line 166 on page 13, roads alternatives. I see it's the entire line on my spreadsheet here is 0. What, can you explain that? What happened?
Roads alternatives? Right now there isn't any.
I didn't see that.
And that's literally the truth. I mean, AOT has quit using the briner because it turns out the alternatives that people thought might be better rusted out everybody's trucks a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And it was sticking to cars and rusting them out as well. So right now there's no good solar other than mixing it with cement.
Well, there's a trade-off between what it's doing to the rest of the cars versus the environmental impact of sodium chloride on the soil and the water. So one may argue that it's maybe doing more for the rest of the cars, but it's not good for the environment. So consider at least putting some back into the budget like it used to have.
I don't have any good answer because there hasn't been any good alternatives offered right now. I mean, we do try them when there is something, but there hasn't been a good one since they decided brining was not the way to go.
Well, I see it hasn't been in here now for 3 years. So, are you going to consider, there are new alternatives coming out all the time. I know the Vermont Highway Department uses them, but there are other localities.
I mean, we knew about it and depending on the cost. I mean, the sand, sold prices have gone up too, there's no question about that.
I would like to make a motion that 20% of the budget of road salt be transferred from sodium chloride to calcium chloride or another alternative. Would you accept that? Would we have a motion and vote on that?
You can make any motion you want.
I disagree with the fact there are no good alternatives, so I think I agree with that. So I make a motion that we take 20% of the budget from the road salt alternative.
What is the line number?
166.
165 through 166.
Yes, that's correct, yes. Yes.
Is there there's a motion to amend the budget to shift 20% of the road salt budget to road salt alternatives. Is there a second to that motion?
I second that.
Could you have a name, please?
Chris Harton.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, we need to discuss the motion on the floor, which is the diversion of salt money to alternative money. Is there any discussion of this amendment to the main motion?
As I understand, Mr. Pollock.
Who are you again?
Elizabeth Bernstein, still on my book. If I understand Mr. Pollock, he's saying everything has a cost. The cost of using the current product is degradation of the environment. And also degradation of the underside of our vehicles. And I understand his question to be, or his desire to be, there may be something that is more expensive to buy in money, but much less expensive in terms of the degradation of the environment. That's how I understand it. So the question is, which do we want to enhance, the environment or our cars? Which do we want to degrade, our cars or the environment?
See if I'm the right size here. My name is Jim Carroll. I live in Jericho Center. And the gentleman brought up an excellent point, and I'd like to refer everybody to Vermont Digger. There's an excellent article in Vermont Digger about Hyde Park, who has actually reduced their salt budget by 30%. They bought some equipment at a discount from a town who couldn't figure out how to work it. They worked it. They worked it so well that they have adapted a whole different practice. And the adjacent towns to Hyde Park are now working with Hyde Park, who is giving them, the other towns, services. So chloride, which is the chemical in the salt that is so hazardous, is in fact a permanent hazard. It sticks and it stays. And we get that because we want to be able to drive fast and carelessly on roads, regardless of what time or where the storm is or any of that stuff. But there is a good study, and it's demonstrated in Vermont. There's a PhD at UVM that's working with this group, which is working with VAOT. And I think part of the burden that we in Jericho are seeing is the absence of persistent leadership in our public works department. We've had so much turnover, and we have not had, as a town, the cohesiveness to be able to work on these types of operational details. Now, if I run the select board sitting here today, after having worked on this budget for so long, and then we all come up and we look at the devil in the details, and then we start picking at them, it would drive me crazy. So I'd like to make a couple comments. One, there's 40% of the approved capacity of leadership in the town of Jericho that is not present on this forum today. We're approved for, and our regulations allow, a 5-member select board.
Jim, excuse me. I
Yes.
don't believe what you are now talking about is relevant to the issue here.
I disagree, David, but I will defer to your judgment. All I'm saying is, the reason that we don't have the information that's responsive to this gentleman's question and the motion is because we are not functioning well because of lack of leadership capacity. And I will finish with, we're asked today to approve a budget when we don't know what the school budget's gonna be. Montpelier's in shambles, and we've got a $4.5 million proposed budget, and we see all these items disappearing from the budget, some of which have to do with this subject. I'm suggesting that maybe we should open up and think globally as to how we're going to deal with these issues, because we put all of our eggs in one basket to go forward with the town garage, and these other opportunities, I think, are getting missed.
Thank you, Jim. Would you cede the floor to other citizens? Thank you.
Good morning, David Jones, I live on Alpine Drive. So I've come to this town meeting for as long as I've lived here, probably 20 years. And the road salt put Waxman Lane, I was in favor of the non-salt alternatives. I think it's important that we take care of our environment. I'm going to speak against this particular motion though, because I don't think we could actually take 20% of our salt budget and put it into something else that costs probably substantially more, and then we won't have what we need. Maybe the motion should be to add extra money into the non-salt budget, but taking from one to another, I don't think makes any sense. In my mind, the right thing to do is understand from what you said there are no alternatives available. Do you mean they're approved in Vermont? Do you mean there's just no, when you say there are no good ones or there are no legal ones? What I'd like to see is the select board, maybe we need more members in the select board, so there's more people to spread the work around on. As thankless a job as it is, I'm sure at times, is to see a report come back to us that says, here are the alternatives. Here's what this one would cost. There's 6 alternatives. What's Hyde Park doing? What's this other alternative? And then we could make a decision as an informed electorate and say, we do want to spend 10% more to pay for something else. Because I remember the road trucks that used to have the green liquid in the back or the big sloshy stuff. There was things we did here that I supported because I wanted to cut down on salt. I also want to take that extra hit from bad things on our cars. I don't want bad things in the environment. And people know I have a nice car. I don't like my car being aging faster. But I'll do what it takes to try to save the environment. But I need to know what is the risk-benefit ratio, what's the payoff, what are all the alternatives, and just saying there's none. But someone else says, we're doing something in Hyde Park. Give us the information, forget it this year, and then next year we can say, okay, we'll go forward. And that's just my thought. But I'm going to speak against the shifting of money because it sounds like we won't have enough to do the road clearing we need to get done if we merely shift money to a more expensive product. We get less service out of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's a very good point. We simply, at the moment, we have been relying on our road foreman and our road crew to monitor what AOT is recommending. And so that's what the select board tends to recommend. We support, because we support the road crew.
Briefly remind you where we are. We have an amendment on the floor as a motion to divert part of the road salt budget. Go ahead.
Dwayne Norway, Plains Road in Jericho. There's a lot of, I work for the highway, so we've done a lot of schooling, exposed to a lot of different materials for liquids to introduce. So a lot of like calcium, we're using calcium chloride on our dirt roads for dust control right now. We can get a calcium chloride that has rust inhibitor in it, so it brings down the corrosion ratings. You can also get liquids for either pre-treating salts in your stockpile that can, magnesium chloride that has rust inhibitors in it, that will bring down the corrosion rating. Salt is like 90-something%, don't quote me, give me 10% either side of that, it's something in the 90s, 95, somewhere around there. That you can get magnesium chloride, pre-treat your salt with, and it brings the corrosion rating down to 17%, which is kind of mind-blowing. But those products are out there, they've been out there. It seems like in all these small towns of ours, especially for the one that I work for as well, we were like, well, why aren't we? Well, it's a cost. So a calcium that you historically could buy for, I don't know what the town's paying now for calcium chloride for dust control, is the same thing you can use on salt, which then dramatically reduces down your salt usage. So if you have to run 400 pounds a lane mile for salt to treat that storm that we have, you can introduce a chloride, a calcium, or a magnesium with rust inhibitors, or not, just be more have rust inhibitors to reduce down the corrosion ratings. You can bring that salt usage down to like 250 pounds per lane mile. So when you're running these numbers, and it's been proven, I've been in this for 22 years, and when we started introducing it when I worked for the city of South Burlington, I was part of that program, and we did reduce down our salt. I wouldn't say 50%, but we reduced it down dramatically. So the cost that you have, that you reduce down the amount of the salt, is actually covering the costs of the liquid. So we saw our corrosion ratings in the city on our trucks. Of course, the city used a lot of salt. They didn't have a proactive program of treating a storm. They were reactive, so once it started snowing, it built up, and then you started dumping the salt. So a lot of part of this reducing down your salt, especially if you're a municipality where people are, you're having younger people come in that don't have as much education on how much salt it takes to burn off a certain amount of snow, and there's a lot of variables there. They have a tendency to oversalt. So you can really reduce down with the overusage of salt with a mixture of a liquid product and not really have any costs. You're actually saving money, which seems kind of hard. What's that?
What is the temperature? Like if you're treating 0-degree weather or you're treating 30 degrees?
So salt is really only effective down around 30, 28 degrees. The lower the temperatures go, and it's road temperatures, it's not so much ambient air temperatures, road temperatures it's based on. Then you have to increase the amount of product. That's where the chlorides come into play, because that can reduce it right down into your kind of mid-teen numbers, the high-teen numbers, and not have to use for, say, the amount. If you were down at 25 degrees, you'd have to use, maybe 500 pounds per lane mile. So there's a lot of variables, but the alternatives is very important, I think. And then also education, especially to a newer, younger workforce that may not be getting those trainings and stuff. It's just crucial. And then keep in mind, even though calcium, you may be paying 90 cents to $1 a gallon, it may be very well worth paying $1.30 a gallon. And having the rust inhibitors in it, bringing down that corrosion rate, because like as one person said about the corrosion, it is dramatic. We went to some people call it beet juice, it was a molasses blend, and then they put in some South Burlington is using it now. They have a mag chloride they're using with the rust inhibitors in it. So it brings down the corrosion rating on their trucks. Like I said, this was 15 years ago when we introduced it to South Burlington. We saw our corrosion ratings on our trucks. Because you can't wash them every single time you go out. So it sits there with salts and they're inside parked in warm temperatures, which activate. So there's a lot of benefits, but just running the numbers on the salt, and it reduced the budget dramatically.
Thanks, Larry.
We actually have some openings in the.
I always had a philosophy, it probably would never be smart for me to work for the same town.
Elizabeth King, my question, since I don't know a lot of the details of how the logistics of this would work, is if our goal is to reduce the usage of road salt through what sounds like a combination of adjusting our purchasing power, which is what we can fix right now today, and some more training or other information for our road crews, is there a way for the town, for the citizens of the town to direct the select board or the town administrator or whoever's in charge of this to get that training to look at this a little bit more like holistically? Thank you.
So, speaking historically, there have been a number of occasions on which the citizens have provided advice to the town in the context of this meeting. That would be separate to the motion that's on the floor, I think.
Those of you who are on the select board or administration, those of you sitting there at the table, if this was our goal, was to make this wonderful thing that gentleman just described to us happen, in your opinion, what would the best way to make that happen be? He won't work for us. So, aside from hiring him, what's the next best thing, in your opinion?
I've been pushing for a public.
Microphone?
I have been pushing for a public works position for years, because they, this is where their forte is. They can oversee the road crew, they oversee wastewater, stormwater, things like that. I mean, this would be a very useful position. And then they can, research which is the best, which fit Jericho. Because one, we don't use salt and gravel roads, you use sand. And so we're only salting our asphalt or cement or whatever it has to be. And I guess they don't use cement here.
So,
Yeah.
if we wanted to do that, that's obviously not the motion we're discussing now. How does that happen? How does that kind of change happen in town?
That's why we put $50,000 in the budget to look at for a part-time. But we're looking at a structural analysis of the capacity of the town. The consultant may have some recommendations, but we also have our own opinions of what would be a good person. So that's where it will, happen. But on the other hand, until that happens, the road crew, particularly the road foreman, can do the research of what makes sense. In terms of the motion, it is better to add rather than subtract.
No, you covered.
Martha Prince again. So you just mentioned something about a $50,000. What was that $50,000? With that $50,000, what are we gonna get?
You're gonna get some kind of part-time, okay.
Speak up, Catherine.
You're going to get new staff capacity, is what you're going to get. It's a new staff position. And that's what the 50,000 is for.
And that person is going to do what for us?
So one thing that we did here going into the budget season, from all of the committees that work with us, was to increase the government capacity of the town. And there's lots and lots of different suggestions on how we do that. That 50,000 was a point to that point, right? It was, let's put some money in there because we know we need something. We've asked for, we are currently undergoing a staff evaluation with the concept of, okay, auditor, if we are to add capacity to this staff, what's the best way it could be? Because sure, we could add a public works person, but maybe that's not the smartest way to do it. Maybe we add whatever. So we don't know exactly what that person's gonna do, but it's starting to allocate the budget to address this capacity issue that we keep hearing from many different residents.
So as far as the roads, are we using just salt now on the roads? Because in the past, we've always used other materials with that. I mean, kind of like the brine, that you put on when they're below the 30 degrees. I mean, salt doesn't work, so it's like you said, it's on 8 to 30 degrees. And basically, it needs to have some sunshine on it. And we don't get too much of that for that salt to work. So there was a brine that we used when it was like colder temperatures, and it's not as long acting, but it still took care of the cold weather. So do we still have that brine? We used to do materials with it. I mean, at one time the town did put material onto their salt.
Martha, I can give you a brief answer. We do still have the brine, but it has not been used. Sand and salt.
Okay, so is it because the temperature's just not, we haven't had
Yeah,
a big cold?
I would say that's probably accurate, particularly this one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Hi, Linda I from Palmer Lane. And I'm really grateful this discussion came up. I didn't understand the implications of having no funding for the alternatives. Yeah, please do listen to us. I don't want to wait for you to fill a position in 2 years or something before this can be handled. Is it enough for us just to say, please talk to the road crew and have them research this? And see if we can have a better discussion about this next year. You know, you'll come back to us with answers.
So Catherine asked me to, as we're coming up on the new version of the select board that starts after this meeting, to come up with a tickler list, kind of like things we need to go on. And so I am taking some notes in this meeting that I plan on bringing to that meeting to say, hey, let's keep some of these things on our radar. And I have looking at salt alternatives on there. I don't know what's going to come of that, but I agree. We should be able to explain why we're not doing that budget. We removed it before my time, and I know Catherine was part of the discussions when we did have it. So it probably should have some sort of information that we can know what's out there. You know, maybe there's something coming in 2 years that we know is going to go on in a later budget. Something I don't know, but we can start to help with that.
Thank you.
I just point out that
I'd like to call a question.
okay, you interrupted me, but
I apologize.
and so to call a question, you have to be recognized. But let me just say what I was going to say, and I'll recognize it. Just bear in mind that the motion on the floor brings that idea of getting the select board to address road salt alternatives right into the budget that we're talking about. So there's now a motion to close discussion. I see a person who is standing waiting to say something. I will recognize you if you are eager to talk.
Sharon Leonard, still in the road. One thing that keeps coming up in my mind as far as the road crew goes is that I think that we never know what their schedule is, what their agenda is in the town. There's a lot of roads that need to be worked on and stuff, but is there a way that there can be a calendar? That the road crew can put out a calendar of, this is the road we're working on this week, or, you know, I mean, I know grading is grading, but, you know, it would be nice to know what's going on with the road crew. You know, what your schedule is for the year, or for the week, or, putting out a monthly calendar.
I think at this point we're drifting away from the motion to amend, and the question's been called. Is there any objection to voting at this point? Notice my game. Okay, in that case, we will proceed. The amendment, as I understand it, is to reassign 20% of the road salt budget on lines 165, 166. And now sorry, I gotta start over. The motion to amend is a motion to reassign 20% of the roadside budget on lines 165, 166 to sodium chloride alternatives. Do I have the spirit of the original amendment asking the mover? Yes, very good. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. The motion fails. Or at least it appears to me that the motion fails. If there's no objection, the amendment has been turned down. We return to the budget as now amended with the $500 increase. Are there other changes to the budget and thus to Article 1 as amended? Are you ready to vote on the amended budget? Yes. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to proceed to have a vote on the budget. Good people. So all those in favor of approving of budget of $3,456,999 for the proposed fiscal year ending 2025, including spending unanticipated funds such as state and federal grants and gifts, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed, please say no. No. And abstain, please say abstain. Well, the motion passes, so we are done with Article 1. Okay, so Article 2 is an additional expense, but it is directed as a contribution to the Twin Town Fire Department activity, and so it stands as a separate article. I will read that now. Article 2 reads, shall the voters appropriate $579,107 of the total of $965,748 Underhill Jericho Fire Department budget to the department for the purpose of providing fire protection, suppression, emergency response services, and certified first response services in the community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during fiscal year 2025. What do you wish to do with Article 2?
I'd like to move it, Jesse Feldman.
Moved, and a second?
Sarah Magna, second.
All right, thank you.
All right, just a brief beginning. The town administrators and a select board member of both Underhill and Jericho, and in our case it was Eric Johnson, that met with the Matt Champlin chief and other members of the Underhill Jericho Fire Department to discuss the initial fire department budget and which would for the cost drivers and increases in fiscal year 25. Then the full select board members of both boards met in a joint meeting which was open to the public and discussed the budget and subsequently approved the UJFD budget for 2025. So Matt Champlin, I will introduce him now to present to those assembled here today a discussion of his budget.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. As always, I'd like to thank the select boards of Underhill and Jericho for their process in reviewing our budget this year. That one-on-one meeting with administrators and select board members is no easy task. I was rightfully dragged through knotholes, and that's fine. I also want to note that we do have, the publicly warned select board meeting in both select boards where we review specifically this budget. And then there are follow-up meetings in both select boards where an overall budget review is done, and again, our budget was eligible to be discussed there. So with that, we ended 22-23 under budget, mostly due to our full-time staff not having 2 full-time staff members, not spending the salary and the benefits there. But everything else, we were relatively close within our control of where we wanted to be. So for 24-25, we do have an increase. There's an increase in salaries for our full-time staff. We are trying to keep up with the likes of Burlington, South Burlington, and Williston. Colchester, Shelburne are all hiring full-time staff. They have the same skills that we need to have here. And we are doing our best to attract and maintain people within our communities to provide our services during the daytime. We do not have a high volume of responders in town during the day. We rely heavily on mutual aid when needed for larger calls. But our 2 full-time staff have done an excellent job of responding to calls during the day, both EMS and fire-wise. So there is an increase in requested for salary there. Medical benefits are going up. The way that we calculate medical benefits is we utilize the Vermont Health Connect services, and we look, the last half of the July through December budget of that benefit number is a very solid number because that is based upon the plans that are available this year. The January through June is a best guess with an increase figured into that benefit cost for next year. So again, an increase there, but that's what we're seeing in healthcare. Payroll taxes are up with an increased payroll. Going down through. When it comes to insurances, we work with our insurance carrier, so I'm trying to plan the budget in October for a July budget and work with our insurance carrier very closely to look at our injury rates, our accident rates, and everything else that we have going on, and the pressures on the insurance industry. If you look at our last couple of budgets, we've come out really close on our insurance numbers. I would expect we'll do the same thing again this year. This is our best guess in October, November, for what our budget, what our insurance premiums will cost in July of the next year. Again, I think we do a great job of that. It is a best guess. Anything can happen between now and when this budget gets implemented. Utilities, a slight increase, and that's based upon rates and actual usage that we're seeing over the previous years. Vehicle maintenance has gone up. It's interesting that we talk about road salt. I have 2 trucks that are, one truck is lined up to be replaced. The other one, we're very heavily considering needing to put a new frame under it for about $40,000 to keep it. And it was in that time frame. The truck is 25 years old. It's in that time frame of a truck that was seeing that grind. So we're working to extend the life of that truck as best we can to keep it around so we don't have to replace it sooner than necessary. NFPA testing has gone up. We are working on a county-wide basis. So the NFPA testing that we do is for our hoses and other equipment, and we are looking in our pump test. We have actually gone out Chittenden County-wide for about 100,000 feet of hose as a county to have tested this year, and while that is reaping some benefits from a cost perspective, it will still be more expensive than last year. Station maintenance and improvements for level funding. Firefighter EMT safety equipment, that is just inflationary pressures causing that increase. Emergency communications, we recently, well, a couple years ago, we made the switch to Shelburne Dispatch, which was a significant increase in our budget. But that switch has proved very, very beneficial to us. We are dispatch timely. Our dispatch service assists us with getting mutual aid for larger calls, power companies, state police, whatever it is that we might need. They have been a very beneficial service to us over utilizing the Vermont State Police dispatchers, who were not very expensive, but did not provide the level of support that Shelburne does. So again, slight increase there based upon the information from Shelburne that we received on what we should outlook for our budget for the year. New equipment and hoses. We had a little over 1,000 feet of failed hose testing last year. Its average service life is 10 years. We've got the majority of the hose that failed was 15 years old. We don't replace hose based upon age, we replace it based upon failure. We have a bunch more hose that is in that 13 to 15, 16 year range. I expect we'll have some fallout again this year on hose failure upon testing. So we are increasing that line item a little bit to keep ourselves whole. We did not replace the entire amount, the entire length of hose that failed last year. We replaced what we needed to get back to NFPA standard requirements on our trucks. We like to carry a little extra because we are so rural, but we did not replace all that hose. We only replaced what was required for us to replace. So. EMS is level funded. Physicals for new members, as you can imagine, the cost of going to get a physical at a doctor has gone up, so that line item is increasing. That's an NFPA requirement for us it's actually an OSHA requirement for firefighters to get an annual physical. Not everybody goes annually. The doctor sets the schedule based upon a number of factors for you. But we do see that going up in cost. Fire prevention member training, the fire prevention that we run at the schools and various centers throughout the communities has always proven beneficial. I love it. When we go to a house and have a parent say, we called because our son or daughter said to. Increase in awards and appreciation. Our members work very, very hard throughout the year for very little in return to them. We do get a stipend on a call basis and for coming to training. But if anybody wants to validate gas prices and everything, your clothes and whatever else that you go through in a year, I'd be glad to share that information. Office expenses going up. We did have a copier fail that we had to replace a new contract with. We have a payroll service that has gone up in expense. Our accounting software, we use an online accounting software, QuickBooks, that has gone up in expense. Just various things that have increased due to inflationary pressures, so we've added to that line item. Capital loan payments. I'd love to know how the town of Jericho got a truck early. We ordered a truck 18 months ago. We're still not going to get it for another 6 or 7 months. So I just have to keep pushing capital payments out to the right. So while this looks like a large increase, it's really money that we didn't spend the previous couple of years that we've moved into this year's budget just because we can't get the trucks. We've ordered them. We actually have 2 trucks on order right now. The first one, which I was hoping to get in this fiscal year by July, is now September, October, and the other one may not even be in next fiscal year. It's incredible how long it's taking to get trucks. Those trucks are all planned in the capital budget, so no bonds or anything like that. We'll just keep playing with the money here to make it line up. No transfer to reserve funds. We are asking to establish a new building reserve fund. The station down on Route 15 is getting to be about 30 years old. The station up in Jericho Center is well over that, probably 42-ish. And there are things that are happening. We need to replace doors. I am absolutely amazed at what a metal door in a brick building costs to replace. Around $7,000 to $9,000 are the quotes that we're getting. So it's not cheap. And we're asking to establish, rather than raising the building maintenance line item for these one-time costs, that won't be year after year. The building maintenance line item is the standard things, furnace checks, filters, repair a faucet, those sorts of things year to year. This reserve line item would go on for a few years until we can get some things taken care of. Doors, windows, those sorts of things. We've done a lot of energy upgrades over the years using other people's money, Efficiency Vermont, and those sorts of things. But these are the sorts of things that there's just not help out there for. So we don't want to ask for a big chunk. We'll go ahead and do this in little chunks of money, and we'd like to establish that reserve. There is no transfer to reserves. Actually, we're going to draw down our reserve accounts this year a little bit, and that should happen over the next few years with the reserve accounts and the capital plan that we've established. Any questions?
You people feeling all right out there? All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask that if you're ready to vote on Article 2.
Yes.
Very good. Here we go. Read it. Shall the voters appropriate $579,107 of the total of $965,748 Underhill Jericho Fire Department budget to the department for the purpose of providing fire protection suppression, emergency response services, and certified first response services in the community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during FY 2025. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed, please say no. And abstain, please say abstain. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, I say this every year because people may not be used to it. The next three articles are routine business articles that appear in the exact same form each year. They are authorization by the citizens for the select board to carry out certain activities that are the ordinary activities of the town, but require this authorization. And if there's no, I do not know a way to combine these. Speaking as a parliamentarian. So I'm going to take each one up individually and read them and see what your pleasure is. So Article 3, shall the town authorize the select board to borrow money for the temporary needs of the town? What do you wish to do with Article 3? Actually, just say your name again when nobody else is. And the second? Yes, yeah, I'm trying to have mercy on the recording secretary who's not here. Very good. Any questions or comments about Article 3? Seeing none, are you ready to vote? Yes. All right, Article 3, shall the town authorize the select board to borrow money for the temporary needs of the town? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstain, abstain. Very good. Article 4, shall the town collect its taxes by its treasurer in accordance with 32 VSA section 4791? What do you wish to do with Article 4?
Dave Schuler, I move the question. Yes.
Could you start over?
Dave Schuler, I move the question.
You mean you Yeah,
I make a motion
you
to,
don't move the question, you.
I make a motion.
Yeah, there we
To
go.
highlight Article 4.
I think what I'm actually looking for is I move we accept the motion. Or I move we approve the article.
Move we
Yes,
accept
move
the
we approve the article. That's what we're gonna do. Good. And a second?
Elizabeth Bernstein, I second it.
Very good. Okay, any discussion or questions on this one? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Shall the town collect its taxes by the treasurer in accordance with 32 VSA section 4791? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstained, motion passes. Article 5, shall the town collect its taxes in equal installments due in the town offices on September 16th, 2024 and March 17th, 2025 with postmarks acceptable. What do you wish to do with Article 5?
Peter Booth, I move the motion. Peter Booth.
You got shouted. Peter Booth. And a second.
George Still.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on Article 5? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Shall the town collect its taxes equal installments due in the town offices on September 16, 2024 and March 17, 2025 with postmarks acceptable? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstained, motion passes unanimously. Thank you for helping the town do its business. The next article I'm going to take up is Article 6. It is a very important article, and I would like a 5-minute break to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting temporarily. We will meet back here at whatever that is, 11:50. Okay, we have before us warning 2 articles which were brought to us by the select board at the behest of the committee of the town, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And we will consider them separately. We'll begin with Article 6. Shall the town adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot? What do you wish to do with Article 6?
Jesse Helton, I move Article 6.
And is there a second to Article 6?
I'll second. Brian Wall.
Okay. In the interest of just making sure everybody understands how things work in parliamentary procedure, we should speak alternately in favor of and against the motion if there are people interested in speaking each
Excuse me,
way.
Mr. Speaker.
I
Brian Walsh.
point of order.
Point of order. It was my understanding that myself and Maria Rinaldi from the DEI committee would have a chance to introduce Articles 6 and 7.
That is not how town meeting works.
That's what I was told.
Well, I am running a meeting. You will, I presume that one of you will be the first to speak.
Okay?
So if you
That would be
could,
me.
okay, could you give me a chance to
Sure.
do my job? invite the people who are bringing this motion to us to have somebody come forward. Presumably that's you. You can use any mic.
Right.
Let me just make it clear that we should be economical in our presentation. So,
Like
a
the
couple.
budget guy over here, I plan on speaking about the same amount of time as he did.
If you continue to interrupt me, I will have to ask you to leave the meeting. Do you understand that this is a town meeting and that we are operating towards parliamentary procedure? So, let's be civil. So, a couple minutes apiece is what would be good.
Wow. This room isn't very big. And I look around here and I see a lot of empty seats. Based on the gray hair, I'm figuring I'm at about the median age for the people in this room. And I'm 66. We just passed a $3.5 million budget with about 150 people voting. How many registered voters live in Jericho? Anybody?
4,414.
Who knew that? Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm Brian Wall, and as many of you know, I was a long-time social studies teacher at Essex High School. Now I volunteer twice a week with Meals on Wheels and have served as a member of Jericho's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, the DEI. I was asked to help introduce the DEI proposal for Australian Ballot voting. There are two separate proposals. Article VI is for the town budget. Article VII is for public questions. DEI is asking you to vote yes on both. I'm now speaking for myself. When I was teaching, I thought it vital to teach history as objectively as possible. Therefore, my classes employ the scientific method. I encourage my students to learn the facts, think for themselves, form their own opinions, and support those opinions with facts. In order to stay objective and for everyone to be on the same page, it was important to define terms. Two of the most important terms, two upon which our U.S. history classes revolved, were democracy and equality. Those two words are what our country is supposed to be about. Now, I know that everyone here knows what those two words mean. But to all stay on the same page, equality is a state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. Democracy is an ancient Greek word meaning government by the people, all the people, as prescribed by law. In our country, most people who practice their democratic, small d, rights do so by voting. In a democracy, the majority governs. All of you also know that these ideals have been neither universally respected nor enforced. There's been a variety of rationale, but it always comes down to the fact that those with privilege, and privilege is power, have done what they could to ensure that their power, their privilege was not diminished by having to share it. Democracy? Let's remember that women in Vermont have been allowed to vote only since 1920. Black and indigenous Americans have been unable to, men as well as women, have been unable to vote for most of our country's history. Even white men, if they didn't own enough property or have enough wealth, were denied the right to vote in some states until after the Civil War. Despite all that, however, for a long portion of our history, the traditional New England town meeting has stood as an exemplar of democratic practice. Since late winter was a convenient time for 200 years or so, before spring planting in small rural towns like Jericho, residents have been able to meet on relatively equal terms and decide local issues through direct democratic procedures. Town meeting day, first Tuesday in March, became an iconic ritual, a Norman Rockwell painting, if you will, of democracy. But times have changed. The 1960s happened. IBM came to Vermont. The interstate opened, bringing flatlanders, yeah, like me. And the population doubled, even more so here in Chittenden County. Agriculture became a smaller segment of our economy. Vermont became a larger, more accessible, and economically more important part of these United States. The advent of the modern age in Vermont has led attendance at town meetings to plummet, and the ideal of democracy, decision-making by the majority, has been replaced by decision-making by those able to show up. In Jericho, this means that decisions affecting us have been made by a minority of, on average, 6.6% of registered voters for the 8 years prior to the pandemic. That's not democracy, people. The ancient Greeks called that an oligarchy. Oligarchy is government ruled by the few. In this case, the relatively few privileged enough to be able to show up for town meeting every year. That's not equality. Sure, you might argue, we're all equal. We can all attend town meeting. All we really need to do is want to. Well, that sounds good. You might even believe it, but it's just not true. For a variety of reasons, jobs that people can't get away from without consequence, child or elder care responsibilities that cannot be handed off, lack of transportation, physical difficulties that cannot be overcome, social anxieties. The list goes on. Believe me, most people I deliver food to cannot make it to town meeting. So, even though in theory everyone is equally able to attend town meeting, actual circumstances, lack of certain privilege, lack of real equality means they are not. So what to do? That's where equity comes in. Equity, in this case, means that those currently unable to attend town meeting need our help to ensure that they are able to be part of the democratic process. We need a change to ensure that all registered voters have access to their vote. Now, I suppose, with unlimited powers, we could convince bosses to let their employees attend town meetings without negative effect. Find care for everyone needing it and provide the transportation or other assistance necessary to overcome various impediments. But since we don't have those kinds of powers, we need to take another step, one of equity to ensure equality of democracy for all our town voters. That necessary step is the Australian Ballot. It's a simple, easy, equitable way to make sure that everyone's opinions matter.
Mr. Moderator, I think you've been very generous.
Excuse me. That necessary step is the Australian Ballot. It's a simple, equitable way to make sure that everyone's opinion matters on issues affecting us all. We already use it to elect our town officers and vote on our school budget. Other towns, including Essex, Williston, Westford, Colchester, Fairfax, and Milton, use Australian Ballot voting for their town budgets. All the towns surrounding us use the Australian Ballot for public questions. Jericho is one of only 4 towns in Chittenden County who do not. Do we really want Jericho to be special that way? It's time for Jericho to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. So I encourage discussion.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion, so as is procedure, if there's someone who wants to speak against, you're certainly willing to go first, and then I'll be next.
Elizabeth?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I promise I'm not that against.
Elizabeth Bernstein. I've lived in many places and have moved here only 20 years ago, 21. But this was the first place that I could encounter a town meeting. And there is something quite special about a town meeting. I realize that the presenter, could you remind me of your name?
Brian Walsh.
Thank you, sir. That Mr. Walsh is worried, as am I, about, when I attended my first town meeting, I said, but not everybody can go to a town meeting, I said to a man standing there, and he said, that's right, but everybody can send in a ballot. So Mr. Walsh is concerned about people's voices, people other than the ones who can physically get here, people's voices not being heard. And I think what he's saying is he wants to take our voices away, silence people who want to come and talk, in order to be equal with people who, for whatever reason, cannot come. Technology. I once was a young woman with many small children, and I couldn't have gotten here. But we now have a thing called Zoom, or whatever else, Skype. And there are ways to include many people who cannot physically get here, either because of their job or they're homebound. You could send out cars to pick up people, or because, for whatever reason, we could use Zoom to bring people here. Mr. Walsh would never have been able to get his ideas across if we didn't have a town meeting. His whole idea would have to have been printed somewhere, and people would either read it or not read it. We never would have heard from him. And we need to spark conversation, to include everybody in decision-making. And the only way to do that is to have everybody in the same room at the same time. We don't have everybody. My solution to that problem is figure out a way to get the people who aren't here, not to close the door and say nobody can come in.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth King. I am 35 years old and have been to 25 Jericho town meetings. I love this institution, and so it is heartbreaking to look at an institution that I love and see that it is flawed due to the realities of the world. I would love to make it so everyone could come. I freaking love democracy. I too am a social studies teacher, and direct democracy is incredibly rare, especially in the United States. And having to give it up is heartbreaking. Nonetheless, I do think it is more just, more fair to recognize that many, many people, most people in our town are unable to come to a meeting on a Tuesday morning. The only reason that I am able to come to a meeting on a Tuesday morning is that I am self-employed. But that is a minority of people in my demographic. And that demographic in which I am is actually relatively privileged. So as heartbreaking as it would be to not get to come here every year and be one of the usual suspects and count heads and, cause trouble, I still think that you should vote in favor of this motion because it is more just even when it is heartbreaking. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeff York. I was on Clover Lane. I would urge that we vote against this motion. In terms of accessibility, I went to the preliminary select board meeting on the budget. There were 3 people there. It was available on Zoom. I think there were 2 people on Zoom. So in terms of accessibility, if people were really interested, there was another chance for them to come and discuss the budget. We didn't get any participation. I have seen that in previous years as well. The Dept Boston Library has a budget meeting that's in the evening and available for 3 people. I think they get 3 or 4 people coming. So I think what we'd lose a lot of this participation and discussion and involvement and social connection, meeting people that we get here. And I really don't think we're going to gain anything by it. So I think we're giving up too much in the hopes that people will feel more connected to their town and more have a better level of participation in what we decide. Thank you.
Hi again, my name is Mae McBride. I actually have a clarifying question for, I think, the select board. How was it decided that the municipal bond would be by Australian Ballot versus decided in here?
Bond votes required by state to be Australian Ballot.
Okay, so that's a state requirement. Okay, thank you. And I'll just say I just wanted to add a couple of things. I've only been a Jericho resident since 2021. I've been a Vermont voter in South Burlington for about the last 20 years. South Burlington, for all the time that I was there, was Australian Ballot for town meeting day. So I have experience with both. I am, at this point, still undecided, to be honest. I relate to a lot of what has been said in favor of this, in this proposal, but I also feel like town meeting represents a really unique and unusual opportunity for residents to come together and actually have power. We can have Phil stand up and, amend the budget in $500. We can have somebody else talk about, changing the SALT budget. It seems minor, but actually these things are it's really important, I think, for us to practice our people power and to have a way to actually affect change in that way. Our times are getting more and more catastrophic, and so the decisions that we have to make as communities are going to be harder and harder to do. They're going to be a lot harder than what kind of SALT alternatives we have. And so I think it's really important for us to keep these institutions of direct democracy, to keep them in part, so that we can continue to do it this way and not get as polarized as we are when we can only say yes or no on an issue. I just want to add too that I think that we do need to address issues of both apathy and also equity and inclusion. And I think there are potentially other ways to do that we could look at too. Mailing ballots to every Jericho voter. We could do that, right? It would take probably some more budget, but we could do that. Offering childcare here at this meeting. We could do that. We could add that in next year's budget, folks, so that we could have childcare here. We could even, those of us who are more privileged, I would volunteer to contribute first to this account. We could create an account to stipend people who could leave work. Now, not everybody can leave work, but if people could leave work and we could reimburse them for the hours that they miss, would that increase participation? So I'm sorry, taking too long. I will stop talking, but I am still undecided. Thank you all, and I'm looking forward to what everyone else has to say.
Sam Braulty. I'm speaking in favor of the amendment. I've definitely heard a lot of talk of the apathy and the lack of participation. And to me, the way to fight that is to keep what we have, as heartbreaking as that is. I think one thing that's important to point out is that this isn't necessarily saying that it's changing how we're voting on things. We're no longer voting from the floor, we're doing Australian Ballot. It doesn't indicate at all what we're going to be doing around that. And I think that's a really exciting thing about this, that we could develop a process where there will be input earlier on in the budget building process, where people could have opportunities to hear from the highway foreman and not have happenstance that there happens to be an expert in here speaking about salt alternatives. And have some more time and spread that process out and allow people to give their input via written statements or in person. So I think it's important just to realize that there is an opportunity here to reassess and reimagine what we can do.
Chris Sims, Plains Road. I would like to speak against the motion. Not because I'm against inclusivity, I think we need more of that. I see that our town budget is basically created, we're not creating the town budget out of whole cloth here. That has been created ahead of time through months and months of work by the select board and others. We are here to tweak things, and we are here to be educated and to educate one another on the finer details. Everybody in the community does have the ability to attend either in person or virtually select board meetings where questions can be asked, opinions can be made known, things can be suggested by any citizen. That's correct? Okay. So I think a better alternative to not having this meeting, and I understand that yes, it's only a few of us who can be here, but not another alternative is to just expand public education, saying, here are our select board meetings, you can come. Here is how to attend virtually, here is how to attend and how to behave, whatever, in person. And that everyone's opinion is valid. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Hi, Linda Hyde from Palmer Lane. I have clarifying questions too. The towns that do go to Australian Ballot, do they still hold a town meeting where people can discuss the issues? Does anybody know?
Some do.
Yeah. Some do, some don't. Okay, if we don't know what would happen here in Jericho, that would be a decision to come. Is that right?
If you have things by Australian Ballot, you're required to have an informational meeting not less than 10 days, not less than 5 days, no more than 10 days before the town meeting. So sometime in that frame, you'd have an informational meeting, but that's what it would be. In general, those are very poorly attended, even in towns who do these things. Williston has one that's sort of a town meeting, but basically it's the boilerplate issues that our moderator, Dave Barrington, talks about, as well as to elect the moderator and then just to talk about other business as needed, and the committee reports. That's basically their town meeting.
Okay.
So the only time you would have as a individual or a group to discuss it is if you showed up at a select board meeting that's discussing the budget and make your input known then. I mean, at that point, it still may be a select board decision, but here it's your decision.
And I do have one other question, which is, do other towns have success moving their town meeting to a Saturday or to like a Monday night?
We have tried Saturday years ago. People voted for the same reason. They wanted more people to attend. We actually had less people attend. So it went on for a few years, and then people voted to bring it back to a Tuesday morning.
Then I would just like to suggest that we either turn town meeting day into a state holiday, so most businesses are closed. Or we do as the Australians do, which is give away free beer at the
David Jones, South Point Drive. I've been in Jericho Vermont since 2001, and I came from a very political family. My mom was a committee woman for one of the parties. But coming here and seeing what town meeting was all about, and I was amazed at the idea that I could put my fingers in things. I remember a few years ago when the Vermont State Policeman who was supposed to be patrolling for us was actually not doing what he was supposed to do, and we had all this money left over, and the select board had not thought about returning it to the people. They said, well, this is for safety, we'll just use it this year. We voted from the floor and said, well, no, that was Dept for last year's safety, that's behind us now, let's just put it against our budget and get the money back. So this is a very powerful forum that I don't want to lose. Having said that, there are so many people who can't vote, who can't get to the polls for a variety of reasons. I am privileged, I have the luxury, I can ask for a vacation day, take it every year because being here is important, but I accept that not everybody can. A few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, Vermont Public aired a story about town meeting, and they cited the town of Pomfret, who last year adopted an amendment where going forward, they will have a town meeting night more than 30 days in advance, I think it was like a month in advance, to do this budget tweaking and set the final budget. Everything we just did would happen then. And then on town meeting day, officially the voting day, there would be an Australian ballot to vote on it. I think that is like the best of both worlds because people can there will always be people who can't come to this meeting, whether it's a Wednesday night or it's a town meeting day, but people could come who can come and make the tweaks. But then on the voting day, everybody gets to participate who can mail in a ballot, or can come, or get a person to deliver. So I would propose an amendment to this motion that says we move to an Australian ballot with the select board being directed to set up and you put what name you want on it, a budget tweaking meeting a month in advance, basically that mirrors what Pomfret's doing. And in that way we can both get the town together for an event where we all talk together, put our fingers in the pie, at a set meeting to do that, and then we all truly get to vote by Australian ballot on voting day. And that might be a friendly amendment to the proposer, I can't say for sure.
It can't be a month, it would have to be in January.
So the ruling, well, I'll just say the rule.
It would have to be in January.
It could be January, I'm just looking at what, I reread the Vermont Public thing where Pomfret does it, and it's either within 30 days or just over 30 days, but they use that 30-day thing because it's we're all voting, it's not like an information meeting, it's something more than that.
Yeah, it has to be in January because you have to have the town report out to the printers and back in the meeting. There's a timeline requirement for town reports to be in people's hands before voting. And so you have to have, you have to back into all these things.
So your meeting would have to be before that printing, because you can't vote for Australian Ballot without the thing in hand. So it has to be before, I think they said more than 30 days before town
Yeah.
meeting day. So you
Right,
could-
it would be in January.
Right, yeah, no, I'm saying more than 30 days. It could be end of December.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my amendment. I'll leave it to the moderator.
Okay, I'm gonna help you build
It's
this
ready.
thing.
Thank you.
What would you like to call this meeting?
A budget building meeting. Budget review, yeah, you've got a budget review meeting. Well, a budget review and town, as an aside, the things which happen.
Now, I'm gonna slow you down, because you're trying to do the purpose and the name at the same time. I just want to start you with a name.
Yeah, the name of the meeting can be the town budget review and other proposals meeting. Because I think the voice that behind me, their point was, we're gonna limit it to the budget, or we're gonna add in the other things where people can make proposals to be voted on the Australian budget, and tweak other articles.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is suggest that you just call it a budget review meeting.
Okay.
And you follow that with a purpose clause, in which you say what you think ought to happen at those meetings. And you just mentioned both change and innovation. So find some language that you like and tell me what that's going to be for. But I'm going to follow with the words "in order to." And now you want your functions. So I think it sounded like you had two basic functions.
So I propose, the amendment would propose that we would vote by Australian Ballot, which is that his.
That's already there.
So that that the select board will have a budget review meeting.
In order
to allow the town of Jericho citizens to make tweaks to the budget and build the final budget for the voting on election day, or what's called this day's town meeting. Town meeting's gone, right? We can get rid of it. So, to create a final budget that will be voted on, and also to allow for citizens to make other amendments to the articles to be voted on the first Tuesday in November. March. Well, maybe November, we'll do it twice.
You don't want that language in there.
You're absolutely right.
There's gonna be an easier, a simpler way to do this, but let's try to get there. So tweak is change.
Yeah.
So change.
You adjust, amend, adjust.
Sorry, I like adjust. Let's do adjust.
This is the view in the whole town.
Or, then, it seems to me you had a word, it wasn't innovation, but it was something about providing new ideas.
Yeah, to offer.
We're looking for strong verbs here. In other words, if you don't use innovate, you need something like that.
Propose, yeah.
Call it town meeting.
You just can't have the vote that night.
I'm
You
voting
can build,
town meeting.
you're building, I want to build the ballot for the Australian ballot that happens later, so everyone gets the
The ballot still says you approve the budget or you
Well,
don't.
right, yeah, up or down, right, but we have to get the amendments first, and then everyone gets to vote on that final process later.
So, here's how I've gotten to, it's not perfect, to provide directions, I'm sorry. So right now, this is what I've got. With the select board directed to hold a budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget or provide novelties to it. Well, fix it. I mean, what do you want, is you don't like, what do you don't like, novelties?
Yeah.
So what's better than adjust novelties?
Can it just be to adjust the
One at a
budget?
time, let's start with, I know I shouldn't recognize it, but I'm trying this without it.
To adjust the budget as the public.
Just plain adjust.
Yeah, that covers it all. To adjust and amend the budget. Which are sort of two sentences. Amend, just to amend the budget. We'll amend the budget draft for a final budget.
To amend the budget proposal.
To finalize, I like that. Yes, thank you.
I don't think you need the finalized plan.
Only to finalize my amendment here.
Okay, so I'm in the middle of building this amendment. I'm going to recognize you, which is totally out of order. But it needs to be a contribution to this conversation.
Yes, I think salary will, I think that this thing, to adjust the budget is sufficient because that could be changed the numbers, it could be suggested alternatives.
That's where we're headed right now. Okay, I think we have one. All right, so it says here.
Ms. Moderator?
Yeah, point of order?
Yeah, point of order. When you're right, tonight, can we explicitly name this as a hybrid meeting, so as to, as inclusive as possible?
So, sure. Hybrid. I'm going to do hybrid format, is that okay? I hate just being hybrid because that's what I do for science. Okay, here we go. So, this is language to be added to the motion. With the select board directed to hold a hybrid format budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget proposal. Is there a second for this amendment? Okay, could you just say your name again?
Ms. Comagno.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, there is an amendment to the motion on the floor, which is now open for discussion. Are you comfortable with the amendment? Are you ready to vote on the amendment?
Matthew Champlin. I'd like to ask the select board, how many budget review meetings, warned budget review meetings do you hold prior to town meeting day?
We have multiple regular budget meetings during the process as we build it. And then once it's, gosh, there must be two or three, at least 2 or 3 of those. And then when the budget is built, prior to it being voted on and accepted to go to the printers, there's a formal meeting then. And then after it's been built and passed to go into the town meeting report, then we have at least 2 other meetings prior to this one.
Those are hybrid meetings with,
Yes, all those meetings were hybrid meetings.
and they're held on Thursday nights typically?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, we had one that was, because of the timeline, we had to do it on Monday night.
But they're warned.
But they're warned, they're all absolutely warned.
We're just gonna jump up Chris West, Jericho, mainly.
Excuse me, why are you not?
Well, because the chief just jumped in to make a point of order, we're all just jumping up to the mic.
I'm not sure. Well,
Did I not just see that?
Not just not happy.
I apologize.
Waiting to speak? Does he have extra privilege?
No,
Then why do you allow it?
because I wasn't paying attention to the line, I apologize.
Then I appreciate if you would also get in the line next time.
Thank you, I apologize.
Some of us are in line to speak to the main question and not the amendment.
Okay, anybody to speak on the amendment, my good people?
Yeah.
James Jorshik, Raceway Road. From what I understand, aren't we just looking to move town meeting day to have all these discussions to an earlier time, and then we still just vote on election day?
Yes.
Wouldn't that
Yeah.
be what we're all doing? I don't know how to put it fancy words, and we just want to move town meeting day and have this meeting and discussions, and then we vote on.
Yeah, and that's, if you, it is my understanding that if we approve both the amendment and the main motion, that the person who just spoke is correct. Okay, amendment?
Yeah, to the amendment. I would like to call it non-voting meeting day.
I'm gonna take that as a comment rather than an actual suggestion.
Is it what we're doing here? Is this what we're doing here, is making changes to the voting?
Look to the mic on.
Do you wanna,
If this meeting is about making
Can-
changes that they're gonna get voted on, right?
could you say your name? I'm sorry, could
Chris Wesson.
yeah, could you just get a little order?
Sure. So if this meeting is the meeting where the select board presents what they've put together through all of their hard work and open meetings that nobody comes to, and then we have a meeting here where we're all going to make amendments, but nobody else who's outside of here has an opportunity to vote on those, then let's have a meeting that we don't vote, where we can all have our input, and then put that in front of everybody. Not meeting day, because everybody knows it's not this meeting day.
Okay, on the amendment or the main motion?
My question is, there's been so much talking of Reynolds. So my question is, there's been so much back and forth. Could you give a review of what we're actually voting on?
Yes, absolutely. And remember, just so you're clear, when we close the discussion, I am required by the book to recite the whole thing. But I will do that now for you anyway. So remember that the main motion, the main motion is to adopt all budget articles by Australian budget. And the amendment is, I'm sorry. I'm going to start. Shall the town adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot, with the select board directed to hold a hybrid format budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget proposal. That's where we're at. And we're asking people to speak to the amendment to add this language.
It's actually too high for me. I'm S.J. Doobie, for those of you who don't know. I'm on Ridge Road in the Foothills neighborhood, and just finished my term on the DBI committee. I think that one of the things that has been a common theme today is a desire for folks to have an avenue and a process to feel heard and to understand better how to contribute to this conversation before it gets into black and white, and it's something that we're all picking apart here. And so I think the amendment speaks to a big thing that is missing from the articles that we proposed, which is, what is that process look like? And the hope is that by doing, this is going to require a bit of a culture shift, so that we can retain what we love about this process, which is having direct input into what the budget is, getting answers to questions like, why did you do that? What is that 4%? Is that hourly? Is that salary? Getting those questions answered, and then also having an opportunity to, Phil came up and added an amendment, picked a number out of the blue, $500, tried to push something forward because she's concerned about bicycle safety and pedestrian safety, which is great. Is that $500 line item going to be the most effective way to do that? I don't know. I'm for bicycle and pet safety, so I voted for it. But if we have this conversation, if we go through a draft of the budget before it's printed, and Phil can say that, or we can talk about SALT, and select board can hear that, use that information to go into their finalization, and then come back and in their final budget say, hey, we checked with the road foreman, we checked it with the neighboring towns too. This is what we're gonna do to address the SALT problem that's reflected here. And if you don't like the way that they address the problems at the non-voting town meeting, review budget, whatever it's called, then if we weren't heard, then you vote that budget down and we all go through this process again. So at least you have that final check. But more people are going to be able to have a give and take. Hopefully the decisions that are made are going to be more informed. People that are not able to come to the meeting will be able to participate remotely. Folks who aren't able to make that time will be able to watch the meeting afterwards on their own time while they're folding laundry, which is how I do it. And then send in comments and concerns that hopefully will be publicly available so that everyone can see that Joe asked for X, Y, and Z, so that when we actually get to the informational meeting at the end, we can press them on it and say, hey, did you take Joe's comment into consideration? And they can say, oh yeah, we did, and we looked into it, and here's why we didn't do it, and then we can all feel good when the entire town has the ability to cast their ballot and vote yes or no.
Peter Booth, I live in the Riverside area. I want the person before SJ, I didn't catch their name, but they sort of ended, I felt like they ended with saying, so you're basically talking about having town meeting but no vote. And that's not how I heard the amendment. What I heard from the amendment was that there is a set meeting, a single meeting, not sort of several meetings with conversation as the budget's being built. But the select board builds their budget, they put it before the people, and then at this single meeting, there is an opportunity to do what we're doing right now, which is hashing things out and adding $500 or taking away $1,000, doing whatever we want to do. And the difference for me between the addition of that amendment to me brings back the idea of direct democracy, where if Phil feels like she wants to put in $500, she can go to an informational meeting, and maybe she did, and talk to the three folks up front, and if they say, okay, thanks Phil, but we're not going to put that in, Phil is able to go to a group of people and say, this is important to me, here's why, put it in, please vote, and make the select board put that in their final budget. And that meeting can be, people can attend through Zoom, and there's lots of ways to attend that meeting. Then the final budget, when the actual thing is up or down, is Australian Ballot. So everyone gets their voice. Yes, it's not quite equitable because there are some folks who can't make it Wednesday night, but I think that does, or whatever night it is. But that, I think, threads the needle of what people are feeling, this sort of emotional response, myself included, the idea of the town meeting disappearing, and really genuinely wanting to have an equitable way for everyone's voice to be heard. So I hear that this amendment that's being discussed as an attempt to thread that needle of saving the community coming together and also allowing all people to voice their ideas. Thank you.
So I heard somebody say faintly called the question. I just want to point out that's a motion. It's it's what's called a subsidiary motion, but it's a motion and it requires being recognized by the moderator to get that on the floor like any other motion. So just so everybody understands how this works. And I've got at least 4 or 5 people. I will recognize all of those people, even if there is a motion to call the question. For instance, I could have a vote on closing discussion, but I would still recognize all the people who are in line right now. So do you understand how this works?
Allison Watt, Governor Dept. I'm just trying to pull together all the things I've heard. Wanting inclusion. There are 5 or 6 or 7 select board meetings that happen across the year that are hybrid, that everybody in the town is able to tap into. If we move an open meeting to a Thursday night, and I've heard Catherine say that the select board meetings on weeknights are typically poorly attended. That's going to happen if we move this part of the meeting to a weeknight, because people have kids, people have jobs, people are done by the end of the day. And I think we're losing a really valuable part of our democracy by giving up a Tuesday morning opportunity to come together and share our thoughts. Thank you.
I want to point out that was an argument for the motion, not an argument for the amendment. So right now, we're just saying, do we want to? Yeah, I know, I just want to make sure, I would entertain calling the question on the amendment for that reason. If you're eager now to talk about the main motion, let's vote on the amendment. But
Dean Block, Billings Edge, comment, I think on the amendment. I think there are still some things that aren't clear. First of all, how is it different from the current process where the select board holds meetings, people can attend, and the budget can be kind of adjusted? It's not clear. Will there be a vote at the end of that process? Is it a moderated discussion? With all due respect, with your desire to get to a motion that can be voted on, it seems, I have to say, that there's a lot of detail that isn't quite clear, and it might be desirable to think about it some more for back next year with a fully fleshed out proposal.
I take it that is arguing against the amendment. Go ahead, whoever's next. You keep cutting ahead of everybody
No,
else.
he's not for the amendment. He's already said that.
So that's the main motion.
That's the main motion. I
Got
promise I
it.
checked.
All right, I'm catching up.
So you're saying that if I wanted to propose that the name of that, to change the text that we have to non-voting town meeting day, that I would need to ask for
An amendment to the
an
amendment.
amendment. So I'm gonna ask for an amendment to the amendment to change it to say, instead of a budgetary meeting, non-voting town meeting day.
So the title, now I come back. Right now it says budget review meeting.
Right.
And what's the new language?
Non-voting town meeting day.
It's a meeting, not a day.
The day, meeting, then, get rid of the day.
Okay, so there is an amendment to the amendment, this is legal, folks, that changes the name of the meeting. And the name change is from budget review meeting to non-voting town meeting. That's what the amendment to the amendment is, people. You can say no, but you're not voting. Just a minute. Just a minute. I need a second to this amendment to the amendment. Is that what you just did? No. Is there a second to the, so in order to get this to consider, there actually has to be a second. Name? All right, thank you.
Jesse Feldman. That seems to me like it's confusing Articles 5 and 6 and trying to merge them. Because 5 is specifically about budget meetings, 6 is about other questions, calling it, it's just.
Okay. Anything else on the amendment to the amendment? You ready to vote on the name change, which is the stuff of the amendment to the amendment? Yes.
Terry, I want to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Right.
Because I think Peter, I'm against the whole thing, but if I'm going to be in favor.
Terry, navigate carefully here, please.
But given that I still want a meeting with a vote. I like what Peter Booth said, that in fact, there's a way to impose the will of the people on the select board. Sorry, no offense meant, but that it's not just an advisory thing. We've got that opportunity already. Multiple times, I can go to any meeting I want, make suggestions, but there's only one opportunity where I have the right to impose the will of the people on the select board. And that's what I think the non-voting piece would obviate that. So I speak against the amendment to the amendment. It's important to me to get to vote.
Thank you. You're not new here, but.
My name is Kay Simonton.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak against the amendment to the amendment. Unlike Terry, I'm in favor of the change, underlying change.
As I said to Terry, be careful how you navigate this.
I know, but I need to distinguish what I'm agreeing with and what I'm not. But I think that adding the word non-voting does take away what I think distinguishes this thing that we're creating from all these other informational meetings that the select board has had in the past. This would be a time when we would get together, have this kind of conversation and discussion, and actually vote on what's going to be proposed and appear in the ballot to the voters when they vote on the town meeting. So that is an important distinction to me, and I think it's why we could build something creative and fun around it, and especially with the addition of having to be a hybrid meeting. I think that is, anyway, I'm speaking against the amendment to the amendment.
Got it, thank you.
Before it goes too far, we have to check into the legality of that, because this is the only meeting that the public has to actually vote on the budget and make changes to it is in town meeting day. And so, with the Article 6, this is what you would be doing by Australian Ballot. Trying to have a public review meeting, it really would be a non-voting. I mean, we certainly, the select board, that's their job to take in input from all the public at all the budget meetings, as well as the budget review meeting, or whatever we turn in this discussion into, where people can actually talk to each other. But in terms of the legality of voting on that makes the select board actually follow that budget. This is the only one we know that is legally allowed to do that. So we'd have to check on that.
The whole point of this, though, is that we only have 6% of the voters having that opportunity. So the idea of having another meeting would allow for everyone to vote on something that's group.
That is not what we're talking about. And you didn't say your name. I'd like a motion to end debate on the amendment. Any objection?
No objection.
So I'm going to ask you to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So I'm going to read the whole amendment and then tell you what the change is. Okay? The whole amendment is adding the language with the select board directed to hold a hybrid format budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget proposal. And the change is to change the name of the meeting from budget review meeting to non-voting town meeting. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
Abstain? The amendment fails. We're back to the amendment, good people. And is there further discussion on the amendment? Step right up and give your name.
David Jones, since it was my amendment to get started. My amendment, just to say that, again, we're reviewing the article in Vermont Public in the town of Pomfret. They do that meeting more than 30 days in advance. They do allow amendments to the budget to be made from the floor to adjust the budget. So while the only real vote to accept the budget happens on election, or coming from my pre-Vermont roots, comes on the first Tuesday of the month in March, the ability to adjust the proposal is what we're voting on. We're not voting on the final budget, we're just acceptance. We're voting on what the proposal will be. And so Peter Booth, that was solid. It's exactly what I was trying to get. This kind of meeting where we can make those adjustments, and then at a later date, up or down, black and white, yes, no, final vote that everybody can participate in with a much broader audience to participate than can in this forum today.
Thank you.
Elizabeth King, I have a clarifying question. If we vote in favor of the amendment, in other words, we create this new meeting, at this new meeting, is there a legal framework for citizens to vote, or is this a meeting where we talk to the select board, we tell them the changes that we want to have made, and then all of that information comes together and remains a single voting opportunity, and that single voting opportunity remains on this date but moves to Australian Ballot? Thank you.
As I said, we would have to check on the legality, but as far as we know, there's only one budget vote from the public, and that would be either here, or you're continuing with town meeting, or you're doing it by Australian Ballot. Basically, the budget reviews or any of the others pre-adoption by the select board, you could have this kind of meeting, you could, like we said, preview, but the idea would be the select board would take the input and find out where people would like to see changes of the budget that is built to that point. But that vote to accept that budget would be by the select board, who puts it into the town meeting and the town warning, and into the town warning that is voted on by black and white Australian Ballot.
Anna Wasserstein, that's Trace. I have a couple of questions. So it seems that the quote unquote non-voting meeting is when people.
Excuse me, we got rid of that.
Okay, well. Budget review meeting.
It's called the budget review meeting.
The budget review meeting is that people supposedly will give ideas to the board, what they would like to be added or subtracted. But really, I think what's happening is you're having the same meeting twice. And I think what really, the real issue here is that you have the budget and you have people who cannot come to this meeting unable to vote on this budget. And I think the solution to that is for the budget to actually be on the ballot. At a later point, so that people have a separate opportunity to just vote on the budget, but people could still show up here and, make amendments or adjustments. Thank you.
Hi, Sam Bralty.
I don't know, I'm no lawyer, so I can't speak to this being 100% accurate, but the way I'm thinking about it at least is we essentially move town meeting to January. We do all of our amendments, and then we essentially adjourn town meeting before calling the final question of final approval, and that gets pushed out via Australian Ballot to March. That's how I'm thinking of it at least. So it's basically stretching out the process. We're doing everything we just did, and moving the last bit to Australian Ballot.
Agreed. Are you all set on discussion of the amendment? You ready to vote on the amendment? Okay, so now I'm going to read it again. Time's up, bye. I do like this job. Okay, here we go. This is language to be added to the original motion, and the language is as follows. With the select board directed to hold a hybrid format budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget proposal. And now we're going to vote. So all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed, no? No. And abstain? Abstain. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is added to the original motion. Okay, so we return to discussion of the motion, and I have people lined up to contribute to that discussion, so we will recognize them in order and proceed.
I'm Will Toll. I live on Crampton Road. And I want to say, first of all, I appreciate that everyone here is trying to reform and give tribute to democracy the way we see it. And that's all good, because everyone's here, we're gearing towards the same goal. But I am against this proposal because I think this is one of those good ideas that we should not do. And the reason is although there's stuff to be gained here, for sure, but there's so much more to be lost. Because we are talking about the end of town meeting, right? Because you take away the budget, and I was on the DRB in Underhill for years, and I know those committee reports we write. We're not here to see the committee reports that come on after this budget, right? Once the budget is off of town meeting is over. And that is such a huge loss, because as we all know, it's one of the few parts of representative democracy where we have, well, I'm sorry, it's not representative democracy, it's direct democracy that we're involved in. And so I really say that it's so rare, and I'm sorry that I'm a bit emotional about this, I guess, because I remember being like Elizabeth at town meeting when I was 10 in Dummerston, Vermont, and thinking how amazing my parents are voting on the budget. My parents are actually controlling this town. And I thought someday that could be me. And I've never lost that. And I really worry here that this is a great idea that could lead us to losing something that's really important. So the net effect, I think, unfortunately, is going to have to disassociate us more and more with our community, which we know is one of the problems we have in this community and in our country, is that we are further and further removed from feeling like we are stakeholders. And I think by going on this route, which I think is coming from a great place, you know, this is a great idea, but it's a great idea we should not do. So I urge you to vote against this question. Thank you.
Brad Regard, Plains Road, speaking in favor of the free beer amendment.
I'm good, I need to laugh. I just wanted to say that I've been in Jericho for 5 years now. I've attended every one of these meetings that we've been able to do in person. I do think it's a wonderful thing. It really is special in where we are today, but I am speaking 80% in favor of this motion. I think language matters, and I think we all agree with that. The thing we're talking about every time we keep hearing is we are going to lose something special. We're going to lose our voice. We enjoy, and we're talking about we're talking about this room. That's it. And I understand, because I do appreciate this, and I'm not a big fan of public speaking, but I do love the fact that I get to come up here and share my thoughts, and I know that all of you do too, and that is really special. But again, what we're saying was a stat that came around 6% of the town's population is here right now. And one of the other things that I did hear come up a couple times, which again, I think is very well intentioned, is the idea that people can participate on Zoom. That's true to a degree. Again, we're talking about if you have the ability, I'd be curious, I'm not asking for hands, but how many people took a hit to their salary, work an hourly wage, took that time off, and are being, taking a financial hit by being here today? Because I'm not. No, a couple of you are, that's great. But again, that's good. But again, Zoom still requires time. We're not talking about transportation per se, we're talking about the time it takes to participate in this. And a lot of people don't have that. Nurses don't have that. Plumbers don't have that. If you have to be on site at your job, you don't have the ability to even participate by Zoom. So I do think that I agree with the criticisms of this motion, of this article, but I think overall, this is the direction that things are moving and that they have to move. So I would encourage you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Wayne, I actually have been to many of the board meetings and various committee meetings, and as was mentioned, there's nobody on Zoom, and these are Tuesday nights, Monday nights, Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, you pick a night. And so I don't really know how, you can get more people interested, but I think I would speak against the Australian Ballot, because I think, again, it's further removing people. People can come here and debate and stuff. But I think the thing is you need people involved. If people aren't going to these committee meetings and these board meetings with Zoom, I don't think you're going to get any more participation if you try to make an Australian Ballot type of thing. So anyways, I think it's a huge shame to lose our town meeting the way it's done. If there is something where there can be more input to the board while they're developing the budget, that's a good thing. But I think the basic point here is that I would be against this.
Chris West. Back to the course here, come on. So I think I have a real problem with a group of people voting to give up the power that they have. There's a group of people here, we're all here, we're present, and we're deciding whether everyone else in the town, the other 94% of the town, has the right to participate in this process. And I have a problem with that. I have been living in Jericho since 2010. I went to my first 7 town meetings, and I said, this is not democratic, and I don't want to participate. So this is the first meeting I've been to since 2017, and I'm here because of this particular issue. And if you want to know why some people don't show up, they can, and they are disaffected. They don't feel like they matter. And that is apathy. And you want to keep apathy going in this town, take that ethical low road, vote for your emotions to keep this nice, folksy kind of thing going that is not equitable. It's not inclusive. And if you take a vote right now and you vote against this measure, what you're doing is say, I take the responsibility of deciding for the 94% of us, about whether they have a right to be involved in voting on the budget. And I've got a problem with that. So I hope that you dig deep inside and think about historical moments in our country where groups of people who had power over other people decided to exercise that to deny them rights, and know that in a very small way, not a big way, you are doing the same if you vote, not to make sure that every citizen in Jericho has the right to vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zoe Bernstein. I'm from Milo White Road. Am I allowed to pick this mic up? Hi, that's easier. And I'm a senior here at MMU. I'm 18, so this is my first time voting. And then looking around here, it's held at MMU, and I see two other people in my grade. Hi, Son. Hi, Nathan. So MMU, the class of 2024, has 178 people. We're about 2/3 of the way through the year, which means about 2/3 of our birthdays have gone. So I would wager that like 100 of us can vote. And that's a pretty high percentage. But only 3 of us are here in this meeting. And I think it's a lot what Mr. West talked about feeling like we're not part of a community. I'm leaving for college in 6 months, and I asked my grandma last night, like, why should I come? And she said, well, because if you don't feel represented, you need to make representation. And I think switching to an Australian ballot will be beneficial because I think you'll get maybe 100 young votes. And that's not a ton, but in a town like Jericho, that's a significant amount. So I wanted to speak for the student voice. Thank you.
Hi, Betsy Sucher, and I live on Christie Lane. I just want to point out or ask, there are, I stated earlier, over 4,000 registered voters in the town of Jericho, is that correct? Do we have a facility that could accommodate 4,000 attendees for town meeting?
Yeah, it's called a hayfield.
We don't ever hold it in a hayfield, so therefore, even if every person, every registered voter wanted to come and be included in this and vote on the budget, because it's not on the ballot, we don't have the means to have that happen. I'm just saying, are there accommodations made right now to accommodate? Do we have the accommodation for 4,000 voters? People here have talked about the power that they have here. Yes, you have power because you are present in this room and you have the ability to be present. But there are a lot of people who do not have that ability. And by putting this item on Australian ballot, gives every voter in the town of Jericho the opportunity to vote on the budget. Thank you.
Martha Prince. I'm going to speak out of the box because that's usually what I do. One of the things that I've been concerned about in the town is that we have, I keep on hearing, you can attend the meetings, you can do them on Skype, you can do it electronic, you can do all of these things. We have a ton of residents, important residents, everyone's important, but there are a lot of people who just do not have the capability of being on Skype. They don't have a clue how to run a computer, and I am not the smartest brain in the box when it comes to those either. But we have a lot of people that just don't have that information, and I think that they don't even know things that are coming up. I don't know, I don't think that can be totally corrected. One of the things that I would like to impose on that, so that people are, is that we send out at least a quarterly little news article. We used to do it for many years. Send out a quarterly little newsletter of, here we are, this is what the town of Jericho is doing. So if people do have questions that don't have a forum, and they don't have all these other ways of getting information, at least if they know what is going on, and they would have a phone number or something that they could ask the question, so that when they do Australian ballot on anything, that they actually get the same information that everybody who is tech savvy and can do all of these things. We have some aging residents here in the town of Jericho, and they're just as important as the new people that are coming up. And I think that they're being left behind.
April Williams, Silly Hill Road, and I've heard a concern expressed a number of times about losing something by not being able to attend meetings like this. And it's my understanding that from this vote, there will be a meeting like this. That doesn't change. The meeting could be right here in this room. It could be in the day, it could be in the evening, and I don't think it'll change the participation by at least the people who are in this room right now. I know I'll come, whatever the day is. I think Gary will come, whatever the day is. He'll be here to make his voice heard on the budget proposal. And I hope that we're going to hear a similar proposal on the following article, so that it will include all of the other issues that are brought before the town as part of it. Thank you.
Niels Reinhardt on Route 15. And my main question is that, and I had to step out for a bit, so I might have missed this, but if you have 77 towns in the state now, okay, so there are now 77 towns in the state that vote by Australian ballot, which seems like that's a very large amount of towns. So can we find out more about how this switch has affected them? It seems, and I'm sorry if that was talked about already.
It wasn't, but it was part of the question and answer discussion that the DEI provided to citizens via the town website.
Oh, so
There's a fair amount of information about what's going on in other towns that have done this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I guess I would just add that there does seem to be, a large rush to do this. I mean, I do agree with the idea, but there seems to be a lot of rush to perhaps change something that's been around for over 2 centuries. And we have 6% of us here who are going to vote by an in-person way to vote for an Australian ballot for the whole town, meaning that there seems to be a slight sort of contradiction. Isn't this, I mean, if we're going to vote about Australian ballot.
Would you get the microphone back to your mouth?
Okay, if we're going to, so there seems to me to be a contradiction if we're going to vote in person to grant the right to vote by Australian ballot. You know what I mean? And that we're rushing to do this when, like it's all news to many people. Does that make sense? What was that kind of explaining? So anyways, I just wonder why we have to, like, why this can't wait so there can be more time for more of the town to get more involved before we change this whole. I mean, I do agree with the idea, but I think that it would be more fair if more of the town had more of an option to learn more about it.
All right, thank you. Elizabeth, I believe you've spoken to the main motion already, is that right? Yeah, I'm going to ask you to wait until everybody who has not spoken has spoken.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Rinaldi, and I am a member of the Jericho Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Over the past few months, the committee has facilitated an inclusive discussion on enhancing the democratic participation in Jericho that is accessible to all. We see our role in this process as advocates for community members who are unable to be here to advocate for themselves. In trying to invite people to come to this meeting today and participate in this vote, I was unable to get some people to attend because one person had multiple doctor's appointments and said they couldn't change them. It's hard to get doctor's appointments nowadays. You can't change them. Another one runs a horse farm, and she had to get all her chores done, and by the time she was done, she had another appointment to go to. So it's not a matter of if people wanted to be be here, they would be here. Both these people told me they really want to be here, and they really want to decide on this, but they don't have the opportunity to do so. I myself have a physical disability. I came to the first town meeting to see what it was about, because I wanted to learn more and be able to participate in my democracy and vote for my town budget as a taxpayer and a resident of Jericho. Unfortunately, because of my disability, the early start time of this meeting and the length of this meeting puts my timing of my care in jeopardy, and it puts my health at risk. So I am here. I guess someone says because you think it's important enough, you'll show up. I think this topic for me is important enough to show up because I would like to be able to vote on my town budget every year. I think there's at least, you say this process will actually reduce participation, and I don't understand that argument because the committee did the research. On average, 266 people attend this meeting a year, whereas by Australian Ballot, almost 800 people submit a ballot every year. And on a presidential primary year like this year, there's 2,000 people who submit an Australian Ballot. That is almost 50% of our registered voters in Jericho. So to say that moving to Australian Ballot decreases the participation of the voice of residents on the town budget, that is a false statement. I do want to say though that voting by Australian Ballot changes when participation takes place. It does not eliminate it. The committee strongly believes in the right of every resident to have their voice heard. We will continue to advocate on your behalf and hopefully with your help for a budget development process that includes time for thoughtful public input and implementation. And then the final budget can be voted on by a larger majority of voters, including those who have been unable to participate, making this a more fair and equitable process for all. We continue to ask that you please vote yes for Australian Ballot, voting on Articles 6 and 7. And please, when you vote today, please remember that you are voting for all the voters that cannot be here today, including my friends who have doctor's appointments or who are running that horse barn. Please remember them when you go to make your vote today. Thank you very much.
Is anybody else in line? Yeah, I was gonna say. Excuse me. I have some kind of hanging on cold here, so, sorry. My name is Marcia Morel. I live on the corner of Shillhammer and Plains Road. I'd just like to say, I don't know how long ago it was, probably 15 years ago, I ended my 11 years on the Jericho School Board. And at that time, or about 50% of the school board, my tenure there, the school meeting followed the town meeting on town meeting day on Saturdays. We did change it all to Tuesday nights, but when we did that, we didn't have time really for the school meeting. And by the way, through all those years, people left after the town meeting, and we had like 20 people left for the school meeting. And I'd just like to bring to people's attention, the school meeting is a gazillion more dollars than the town meeting. So it always baffled us. And we worked very hard on developing the budget. And we'd have a budget review, we'd have a final budget review meeting. This is when we still had the vote, not an Australian ballot. And so eventually we voted, the town voted to have the school meeting to be Australian ballot. And they kept the town meeting, the town budget to be in the town meeting. And the development of that budget then for the Jericho Elementary School Board and the superintendent we had 0 attendance for the last few years I was on the school board as we finalized the budget. And it's a lot of millions of dollars. Okay, so my problem with this is, I don't believe, I think the minute we change where the voting of us, and I have one more thing to say about us, although I am old, is that we actually come here to vote. And when we had the school meeting, the final budget, where we wanted everybody's input, we advertised it in all kinds of different ways, people would not show up. And we tried it nights, and we tried it days, and we tried it Saturdays. And so people will not show up for this, whatever we now call it, that's my opinion anyway. As far as, I've heard a few words thrown around that I didn't particularly like everybody needs a right to be here. One gentleman said that 6 times, and then there's a lot of assumption that everybody that can be here are here, or choose to be here. And that's just not true. I know several people right now, my husband's one of them, right? He's home. Right? Just didn't bother to come to this meeting. And I think there are a significant number of people that could be here if they chose to be here. And then, I guess kind of lastly, I won't read my notes, all of them, but one of 25 years ago, I've been here since 1980. About 25 years ago, 33 years ago, in one of the town reports that came out, I had myself and my infant child, Brian, who's now 32, so I know it was that long ago, on my lap through town meeting, and he was reading the town report. He looked like he was reading the town report, and I still have that picture. And he, right now, he participates in his town meeting. I really think it's a shame. I really think it's a shame. I guess the last thing I want to say, there's people, I work with all kinds of people. I travel a lot. I own a couple of businesses that are out of state. And I work with people from Nebraska, Florida, Georgia, California. They are all significantly envious of this process. They just, when I describe town meeting, when I describe front porch forum, right, they actually choke up. So I just want to say that we have something special here. It's been in Jericho since 1982. I'll really hate to not come to another one of these. Thank you.
Hi, Linda Hyde, Palmer Lane. I wanted to say that I have attended town meeting for like 40 years. I've only lived here in town a year. A part of me wants to speak against this article. I started out thinking that there might be a better way to be inclusive. Maybe we don't need to get rid of in-person voting. Maybe we could, make a holiday for the town meeting day or something. I don't know, there are ways. But everybody, what I realize is that everybody who has power hates to give it up. And because we're here, we do have power. Everybody who is part of an institution hates to see it change. And I hate to see it change because I really love town. I came here to meet people too. It's not just voting, it's all of it, it's the community. Somebody else said, well, if we keep talking about this, then maybe we can come up with a better solution, but it reminds me of the expression, a right deferred is a right denied. And so I'm grateful for the discussion, which is an important part of town meeting. It's actually changing my mind and making me think that we should actually vote for Australian Ballot.
Hello, I'm Victoria Tibbetts. I'm not quite sure how to phrase this, but I do see both sides of the issue, and I'm wondering if we could try it. Say, is there a way for us to say, okay, next year we're going to do Australian Ballot, let's evaluate it, and we'll see, because it seems like the discussion right now is a permanent change. And could we say, okay, we'll try it next year, or we'll try it for 2 years and then revisit it and go from there? And I wonder if that might allay some of the fears and concerns and give us some data that would help us make a permanent decision. Does that mean I'm making an amendment?
It means you're suggesting you might.
I just wanted to put that kind of like splitting the baby here, because I didn't understand. But I thought maybe if we had some data at trial, maybe that was moving forward.
The person behind you might have a contribution.
My name is Katie Simon. I don't think we're giving up our voting rights forever and ever and ever and ever with this. We would have the opportunity to put a ballot item in front of the town, as I believe, to revert if we wanted to, just as we're asking now to change. We could have a ballot item to change back. So that's all.
Okay, my name is Wendell Farrell. I live on Browns Trace. I've been here since 1948, if that means anything. Means I'm older than almost every freaking person in here.
Not quite, buddy.
It all sounds good. It all sounds great. Be nice to people, give them their chance to vote. If you look at the number of people who are able to vote in the nation and how many people actually do vote, that gives you a certain percentage that most people, a lot of people don't. The lady before me, her husband, he's not here today, he just doesn't feel like it. So it sounds nice to put it out there. The thing that concerns the heck out of me is the Australian Ballot for the budget. Okay, so tell me what happens, because I can almost guarantee you that that budget will be voted down by people who are confused minds will always say no. So people are going to get that book, if they even get that book, or they're going to get a ballot in the mail, and they're going to say, $3 million? Shit, no. I'm going to go no. All right? They weren't here to hear anything. They don't know that the board has gone through this thing and built this budget over many, many months, and there's reasons for those numbers to be there. Can you tell the board, don't buy a grader, don't do this, don't do that? Maybe you can. But I guarantee you, next year, if you do an Australian ballot, that first ballot will be voted down. Okay, so then what happens? I don't know what happens. If it gets voted down, the board has no money, so they have to warn a new meeting. Again, maybe you can tell us what happens if the budget gets voted down once, twice, 3 times. That's my point. I just don't think it's going to work.
Hey there, Peter Booth again. Apologize. I just want to reframe the conversation a little bit. When we came in this morning, I felt like the conversation that at least I was anticipating was, do we go to Australian ballot or do we have town meeting? If we go to Australian ballot, then we lose this moment, for better or for worse, disappears. And then the situation becomes the select board, 3 people determine the budget, and then 800 people, I don't remember, 800 people say yes or no. I think that this amendment is, I don't know your name, so David, I think David's amendment is really powerful in that it's adding a piece where it's not just 3 people up front and then the whole town or 800 people. There's an interim step where those of us who are able or are interested and want to are able to come together and force the select board, for lack of a better word, that's what Phil did. Phil forced the select board to do something whether they wanted to or not. That enables those of us who want to do that to do that, but it also increases access to everybody. So this, as amended, this motion doesn't become either or. It doesn't become Australian ballot or town meeting day. I mean, I said before, it threads the needle. I think it's an elegant solution. Thank you. Sorry.
My name is Myrna Lindcomb. I live on Boulder Hill. My husband and I have lived here since 1966. I don't want to bore the ox of our select board or municipal workers.
Microphone here.
Did I for that. Yes, I was reading in the town report, the holidays that are available for town workers and of Jericho. And I thought, that's really great, because we all like holidays. I like mine. But one of them I thought we could dispense with. And that was Valentine's Day. In which case, would there be time for a town meeting?
It's not only Valentine's Day. It's not a recognized holiday. It's not the same holiday.
It is for the Jericho. It is one of their holidays. It's listed. It's a vacation day. That's pretty much a holiday. That's the best I can do for you. But I would prefer a town meeting as it is. When I am away, I use Australian Ballot. It's simple. But I have also picked up ballots for voters who cannot come to our town meeting. It's simple if you will help other people out.
Elizabeth King. I just want to clarify. To the select board, I want to clarify. If we vote yes on this, and we go to every warned meeting, do we vote once on Australian Ballot, or do we vote twice at the warned meeting and on Australian Ballot? I think it's not 100% clear. Could you clarify? Thank you.
As I said before, we have to check on the legality of it, but right now, you only vote once on the budget. We take input from everybody. If we had a group meeting like this, we would take input, but it's non-binding. Because you only vote on the budget once, because you would be voting on the budget at that, whatever you call that meeting. And again, so it would be the same as this, because that would be the budget. That's your power is when you vote. And so it would be on the Australian ballot.
I call the question.
Our votes here are binding.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to say. Line items get found. I'm just trying to say that the votes.
Excuse me, you need to start over in the usual way.
Ned, it's war road.
Still there.
City, the poor recording secretary.
Yeah, the votes have to be binding that we do at town meeting. So if we have a town meeting in January, which you suggested, Catherine, was when it was going to have to be, not on February 14th. By the way, February 14th, I got engaged. That was a big.
Oh, that's really sweet. A long time ago, too, wasn't it?
But anyway, you said we had to do it in January, so I would guess that's off the agenda, but.
I also checked, the town report does not have Valentine's Day as a holiday.
And so, any vote that we do in January then would still be about line items, not about the budget, but line items on the budget would then be binding, correct?
It's interesting, the budget itself in totality is what's binding. And the select board tends to follow exactly what the line items are, but if a situation arises, the town has in order to affect the maintenance of the town and whether through emergencies or overruns or whatever, has the opportunity to move things between items, like say you, all of a sudden you overspend the salt, but well, that's a bad word to say, but let's say you overspend the salt budget. In order to keep within the budget without running over too much, then with something else within that highway department would have to be decreased. Because the voters have said this is what the budget is going to be in terms of totality. But if you want to maintain your services or whatever, there is the opportunity, and that's you can even ask the Secretary of State. That's how it works in terms of the voting.
We voted on that just a few minutes ago. We actually voted on that because we're given in Article VIII.
Right.
If we're getting those regular boilerplate items, we're giving you the right to do that, but we do it each year.
Right.
And so how does what we discussed in January, now we propose this, what do we just, when we vote in January about a line item, how does that affect the budget?
We don't, you can't vote. Right now, there's only one vote on the budget, period. Because it would be same as a town meeting if you voted and say, this is how we want to tweak it. You can come and tell us how you'd like to tweak it, and we could, obviously, work with it.
Could we wrap this up? I've got 2 calls for calling the question. You need to wrap this up.
Okay, I'm trying to, but
It's not
I'm just
working.
trying to understand exactly what it is we get to do in January, which you didn't clarify.
The way I see what's proposed is what you do in January is what gets put into the ballot that you then vote for on town meeting.
But don't you do the same thing in select board meetings?
5 times, yes.
I guess that was my point.
Peter, I'm going to give you the floor, but I shouldn't.
It's okay.
Make it brief.
Okay, Dave Schuler, as somebody who sat here for an hour and 50 minutes, as somebody who is taking a personal vacation day to be here for work, because I'm not paid, I don't have time off, I would like to call the question.
There's no objection, we'll move to voting. Okay, I'm going to read the motion as amended. Article 6. Shall the town adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot?
I would like to make a call for a paper ballot. No.
There's been a call for a paper ballot. Are there 6 other citizens who would like a paper ballot on this question?
I would like a paper ballot.
Could I have a show of hands, at least 6? Okay, we move to a paper ballot. I'll ask the,
Did you read the motion though, before that, the whole motion?
yeah.
Well, if it's the last one, let's use it.
Okay, so this is not just any meeting, people. I appreciate your patience. Article 6, as amended, reads, shall the town adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot? With the select board directed to hold a hybrid format budget review meeting in order to allow citizens to adjust the budget proposal. So the way that this voting is going to work is that we will have town officials at the front who have the voting roll, and people will come up and vote. And when I see that there are very few people left, I will warn you that the time for voting via the paper ballot is almost over. When it's over, town officials will count those ballots and provide us with a report. Are there any questions? All right. I want to know where my people are that are actually doing this. So, yeah, go ahead. Oh, you're part of this? You want to come on down? You should have, there's supposed to be two folks, right? Yeah.
If the amendment is defeated, we go back.
This is not the amendment, this is the main motion.
This is the article.
Yeah.
With the amendment.
Yes.
If this is defeated, the article is defeated.
Exactly. You are voting about the nature of town meeting as altered by this motion.
And if it is accepted, are you unemployed?
I'm not going to answer that question here.
I heard there's a meeting in January. You can come to us.
Yeah, just come on down the middle. Unfortunately, this is how it works.
I may be here for the eclipse.
Not a, you're still drafting, it's not a VA. There's all the line items, the percentages, the numbers, and with the intent that unless there's an in-state which can happen here too, or something that happens there. I read some of the most of the person. Okay, have a good one. You did very hard. Victor, Leslie. No, every now and then, you do 2 times a year or something. That's about it. Oh, one thing I was gonna, it's just sometimes.
Okay, last call, closing the polls after John F. Well, actually after.
Sometimes there are people that have that, you don't know, you can't call the lunch, the lunch time. It used to be we were done by 12, yeah. And then they would have them, so they have a break for lunch, excuse me. Now it's, yeah. Right now. Oh, yeah. Something not good That'll be the next one. 6 people. Yes.
Okay, our loyal town people are in the process of counting the votes. so they tell me it won't take them long, so I guess we will wait for the results of the vote.
Just grab some, yeah, exactly.
That's not a guess. I guess I have to be able to make a decision on that. We are going to wait for the vote.
I was gonna count line and write the number on top of the stack.
Okay.
And then reach.
I didn't know you could count. Okay, they're all out.
Yep.
Sorry, yes. If you wanna count.
Are these still being sorted?
These are being sorted. Can we take some of those? You don't want it.
Whatever you can grab without
Or you
dropping.
can put them in piles of 5. And that's actually another chance.
Okay, why don't I do that? I'll start making 25.
That's a yes. We have to amend that, but hopefully it's not hanging Chad. Are you counting or no? I'm just separating. And after this, I turn into a pumpkin. I have to
You got some sorted that I can grab and start.
Yeah, those are
These are the no's and
These are yeses.
I know.
Are
these counted or not?
Some have yeses. I can add those two. I'm putting them in 25s.
Yep, perfect. This is 25s?
No, that's just, this is 25 here. I'm just adding a stack. Once you have a 25, bring it over here.
There's 25. Those are not counted.
This is not 25.
So that's 25
no's.
There's a tie so far.
25 yeses. And I have 9 no's.
Here's
17.
Here's a random yes. So yes, let's make these no's. What do you have there?
17 yeses.
Okay, I got no yes. What do you have?
9 yeses.
Oh, so put those together.
Yeah, minus 1.
26. This was 9 a minute ago?
Yes.
That's 17, so that's 25.
26, 27. This is one you said. Yes.
And then you want to count those?
Yes.
Oh. So I've got that 25.
Put it around the other side.
And then 2. So.
Oh, okay. Small world. Well, nice. I am the second one in, on the outside. Yeah.
So Mini Cooper, if we don't buy cars.
15 no's here.
That's 25, 50.
I noticed that, I mean, different people cars, like more for COVID, I noticed that.
Right.
65 no's. People walk by.
Yeah.
So are adorable. Oh, yeah.
Stay around and go put them in a house. Yeah.
Okay, people. Call the meeting back to order. And I recorded the vote. 102 in favor and 65 against. The amended motion passed. I'd like to move on to Article 7.
Hopefully we don't have to take the ballot.
What's that? Why did it lose my?
This is just if someone asks for.
Yes. Fortunately,
Oh,
with
thank you.
that big a spread, it's unlikely they will, but.
Yeah. But this is all of them, right?
Just because I'm contrary.
You wanna look at that ballot seal number and sign?
So Article 7 reads, shall the town adopt all public questions by Australian ballot? What do you wish to do with Article 7?
I move the article, Elizabeth Kane.
Is there a second to Article 7?
Second, Jeff Nolan.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to Article 7?
Yeah, if we have to do this again, we'll have to get another guard, but you did a great job.
Amy Fountain, I move that we add an identical addition to the article as we did for the previous one, stating that we will, at that same January meeting, have conversations about all of these other ballot measures as well.
With the same language.
Well, minus budget, and move out budget, put in article, there you go.
Right, just a minute. So a second to that?
Chris West, second.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the original. Are you willing to move directly to voting on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All those in favor of amending Article 7, parallel to Article 6, simply changing the name of, the language of.
Yes.
Just a minute. So let me tell you the situation we're in. You will remember, I believe that all we're really thinking about is changing the name of the meeting and the substance of the discussion. Because in the last motion, we had the amendment for that involved a meeting called the budget review meeting, and the subject was gave the citizens the ability to adjust the budget proposal. So we have to adapt ourselves to Article 7 to make this happen at all quickly. And I probably should have thought of this earlier. We could change budget review meeting to review meeting. We could simply take out budget. And So it's about public questions. Could you say that louder?
Would you say budget and public questions?
No, public review, that's good. Let's go on. Remember the subject.
Something along the lines of providing improvements to public review questions. Am I getting close? So, let's see, where's my amender? So how does this sound? With the select board directed to a hybrid format review meeting in order to allow citizens to provide improvements to public review questions.
Beautiful.
Is the seconder happy with that change?
I would like the word amendments instead of improvements, because who knows what direction it's going.
Amendments, okay. So, I'm going to read it again with the new language. So, the whole thing then would read, shall the town adopt, shall the town adopt all public questions by Australian ballot with the select board directed to hold a hybrid format review meetings in order to allow citizens to provide amendments to the public review questions. Or public review questions. Was that clear?
Could you just read that? The cart was going by, so I'm going to.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was still writing as I read it. Good. So here we go again, with the original article and the amendment. Shall the town adopt all public, well, the original article is that the town adopt all public questions by Australian ballot, with the select board directed to hold a hybrid format review meeting in order to allow citizens to provide amendments. Yeah.
Yep. Voting on the amendment?
Yes. I didn't actually say that, but are you happy to vote? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
I just said the whole thing. I could say it again, but I did legally say it. You all set to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Abstain? The ayes have it. The main question. Do you understand the main question? It is that the town adopt all public questions by Australian ballot with the amendment language. Is there any discussion of the main question?
This is more a clarifying question than a discussion. Considering what we just acted on with Article VI and Article VII, are we proposing this as one or two separate meetings? That is, one for budget, plus improvements to public questions, or two separate? Or does it even matter? Select board?
The same.
Same budget. Seems to be the maintain flexibility.
I do have one follow-up question, which is more a question for everyone to think about and not intended to initiate another round of discussion, but if we can all assemble virtually for the public input meetings that we've just approved, how is that different from assembling virtually for town meetings? I mean, if we could meaningfully do the thing we just voted on, why couldn't we meaningfully do it for town meeting? But anyway, I know that's water under the bridge, but just something to think about. Thanks.
For all of our nice people who vote because they don't have the technology.
You put your hand on, did you want to respond?
Sure. Chris West, the difference is that at this meeting, we're making changes that we're automatically voting on with a very small portion of the population. And that's the problem that I've had with it. So with this meeting in advance, you have the opportunity to participate, make your amendments to that in conjunction with the committee, and then that language will go to everyone. It's about, if we could actually, in some way, come here and have a town meeting and then change the information that's being voted on magically in some way, have people voted on the same day, that would be okay, but just, it's not workable, so that everyone can vote.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to show some ignorance here. Marcia Morell, Shillhammer Road. Can you give me just an example? I'm struggling with what a public question would be that we have at this meeting that regarding, I have no idea what this means. What a public question review means.
You know what, I haven't either. Does the select board have an example for that?
I guess it's a great question. I just assumed it meant all the other things that we're voting on today that aren't the budget.
Like right now?
Like the thing we're doing right now, the thing that comes after this, you know, that it would be all of the, I feel like we should have had the thing say, instead of public questions, maybe it should have said articles. Maybe that would have been more clear, but that's how I read it.
Okay, so you mean like proposed articles? I mean, so these articles have to exist, or questions have to exist before.
Right, I think the proposal is to move all of these onto that ballot.
Yeah, I mean,
onto a different ballot or just to a meeting to discuss? Oh, yeah, no, but, okay. But how do you know? I'm confused as, okay, I'll just be quiet.
well, we're gonna find out.
Just a note, there's talk in there about amendment, and I suspect that it's not actually possible to amend, say, a ballot question that has been put forward by a citizen circulating a petition or something like that, right? I mean, if I say, this is the question I want to put before the voters, and I get enough votes to do that, then that question needs to be put before the voters at town meeting. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it has to be done, it's like like for this year, it was like the 15th of January. All those kind of petitions have to be into the town clerk and certified. And then, you know, like the select board puts on, you know, from listers, the exemption, like Article VIII that's coming up, we would have that. But things like that aren't amended. They're either voted on or not. I mean, if people wanted to have a town meeting, like, you know, like, just like we're doing, you could do like, as I said, Williston does. Their town meeting is elect the moderator for that meeting, and then you have the boilerplate issues, which are 3, 4, and 5. And then you have the to hear the reports of the town officers and other business thought properly met. All those are non-binding, all those are just, you know, but people could sit and talk about it, especially other things, because the other things have had some interesting discussions in the past, shall we say. When it came to things that you're not bound by, but basically So the timing of this would have to be, we'd have to figure out how to do it to recognize things that have come into the town clerk, which you cannot change. But, you know, whatever else you want to have on, if people want to put something on that.
You sure that's gonna be allowed?
So,
Go ahead.
SJ Doobie. So 2 points. The first one, public questions was the language that was given to us by, I can't remember if it was the Secretary of State's office or, yes, as the appropriate language for this, and it is. It's all the other articles.
So it's the article,
Mhm.
except for the money article.
Correct. And to your point, I think you're right. So there are, you know, a couple of ways that you can get articles on a ballot or warned. And at this meeting, you could go, like for the food hub last year, yeah, if you get enough signatures or if you get the select board's permission to have that article on the ballot, then in this case, it would go on Australian Ballot, depending on how we vote on this. But either way, if you get your article on, it's warned, great, done. You don't have to. But if you want to build public support, if you want to get feedback, if you want engagement, if you want to start building a coalition, if you want to see how it can meld with other folks in town, I would think that going to a meeting like what we're envisioning in January would be a great way for you to hone your idea before you finalize that language for what gets put on the ballot, and be able to partner with neighbors and build coalition. But you're right in that you wouldn't have to go through that process. If I get enough signatures, I can put whatever I want.
Okay, how are we doing?
So I have a question just on what's being proposed. So are we offering the same kind of thing that we would offer here before we vote on it? The ability to amend a question, even though they're articles. Is that what this amendment that includes in Article VII? Is that what we're saying? We're gonna have a meeting where we could then say, okay, I see the articles that have been proposed to go to the printers, go to the voters by the select board, but it's still before X date, whatever that is. And so we voters, or through this meeting process, we want to amend it, just like we're amending them right now. Is that what's being proposed for this meeting? I think voters should know that whether that's what's being proposed or not. And I don't get the sense that people know that.
I want to point out that we've already decided on the language of the amendment, the citizens have. So, as it stands, what you heard is the language that governs what it's going to be like.
What's your interpretation, moderator? Would that be allowed under the current language or not?
I hate to do this to you, but exactly what will be allowed?
Would modifying an article at that meeting be allowed?
Yes, that's what the word amendment is about. The point that one of the citizens brought up about petitions from private individuals seems to require some judgment in that process that is outside the language in this amendment.
Okay, thanks.
David? Ned Du Bois, would the possibility exist to, as you need a petition to get an item on the ballot, or in the warrant, the way it presently stands? I don't know what the numbers are, it's different for different things.
Right.
But if there were enough people at this town meeting, this new town meeting, prior to apparently January 15th now.
It's whatever date.
Well, because of the requirement.
Because it changes the
By the required date, let's not go to which.
I'm just saying that my question is just this. If there were enough people there who voted yes, we are asked to our opinion, and we've done this at select board meetings before. We've been asked to have a vote. I forget exactly what the different situations have been, but there have been a large number of people on Zoom, and we've been each asked what our vision was on a particular item, if there are enough people to qualify, let's say there's 30 signatures needed. If we voiced our opinion and there were more than 30 of us that did so, would it therefore be automatically put on as a ballot question? Do you see, it's kind of complicated, but if that's the question, then now we're pushing it up further, closer to January 1. We keep getting pushed back in order to be effective at this meeting.
Yeah, there's a state rule, Jessica knows these, because it changes every year, but there's a state law that petition ballot items have to be in by so many days before town meeting. And that's before, it's the end of January that your petitions to run for select board or any of the offices that are available by, to run for a town. That's at the end of the month, but it's like the middle of the month that all these petition items. But you're right, it's 5% on ballot items that are relevant to town business. It's 10% if it's something that's like the town tree or something interesting like that, that you'd have to have registered voters. It's 15% if you want to change the select board in numbers, because that's in the charter. That's a 15% vote. So those are the numbers that I know of that would be required to have a petition on those things. But, I mean, when we do the town meeting warning, we go over the warning as a review anyway before adopting the town warning. So that's a similar kind of meeting that we already have as a select board. So that people can come and talk about that. But, it's trying to put our heads around how to get this kind of meeting happening without being binding per se,
Go ahead.
Sorry. Wade Ellis. So I have a question on the implementation here. You have, so if you're in a meeting on Zoom, first I thought this would be done on Zoom, I'm assuming, right? This meeting. And somebody had said, well, what about people that don't have Zoom? So I guess they're left out in the cold, right? Unless somebody gives them rights. Okay. So the other question is, how do you vote? I mean, we have to worry about control of the, chain of control of the vote. Is it enough to say yay or nay and say one yeas or nays have it? Or is hand raise on Zoom enough to say that's a legitimate vote? How do you actually do voting?
Those are all good questions.
Yeah, I think with respect to your question, which I understand and appreciate, there's no way we're going to figure that answer out that you.
So let me understand, this isn't a question of good governance. I'm not seeing it. We're changing the way we do our town meeting with no idea really yet how to do it. And I'm asking these DEI guys, whoever that guy there, he's probably just in shame, a horrible presentation. I apologize to you, rudeness. But, they have no idea how to implement this, and we're changing how we run town meetings. Just, why wasn't there a plan when this was presented? Where's the DEI people? Who's going to stand up and take responsibility for
that? We have just voted to have a meeting at the end of Christmas, sorry.
Is there a point of order?
Yeah, there's 3 people in line.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I'm Will Paul, Cranky Road. And I just wanted to be clear, and I understand, I think we know how this vote will go because of the previous vote. But this is the last town meeting in Jericho, right? Because if you look at this, what they proposed, there are only 2 substantive things we do here in town meeting. One is we vote on the budget and talk about it and amend it. That's gone. The other one, we talk about the public questions, talk about it, amend it. That's gone. Everything else is the reports from the Recreation Committee and things like that. Look at your agenda. It is all gone. our friend here, and I appreciate that you're coming from a good place, is shaking his head. He agrees. Town meeting as we know it is now over in Jericho. And that's the point of this. And it is instead being substituted by a January meeting that sets an agenda up for a Australian ballot question. And if that's what you want, then please vote for this. But I, for one, think town meeting is valuable. And it always has been in Vermont. And I've said this before, so I won't repeat myself here. But I urge you to think about whether we're ready to put the nail in the coffin of Jericho in the town meeting. I urge you to vote against this proposal.
Peter,
I'm a DEI guy. I follow 2.5 million
Peter Booth, I live in Riverside, and I'll be very quick.
Now, I need to restore order here. In respect to alternating opinions on the motion, I just heard a nay opinion. I would honor at this point of opinion in support. If you are speaking support, it's
I
your
have
turn.
an opinion either way. I don't have an opinion.
Good enough, go ahead.
This amendment, this article feels different to me than the budget, and I want to get into like details of logistics, but the budget comes from the select board to us, and we would, based on the past vote, we would then, in this meeting, amend it and do whatever, and hopefully the select board would respect that and would change their budget and then put the adjusted one in front of the voters. This feels different to me in that, let's say that we gather a bunch of signatures to expand the select board from 3 people to 5 people. And we get the signatures, and that goes onto the agenda, and it comes up at that meeting beforehand. If those people can amend, can change that, what if they say, no, we're gonna make it 9 people? So now me, as the person who did the work and did the petition and sort of was focused on like 5 people, this is important, here's the reasoning, and then it gets changed to 9, or cut back to like, we wanna remove the article from the vote or something, or make it only 4 people. This feels different because my thing would be coming from the people via a petition, which is different in terms of, I'm not sure what the legal element would be. If something was petitioned, are you allowed to amend it before it goes before the people? I feel like the budget, I understand you can't be forced to, but the budget, you could amend it as a sort of understanding that you're following the will of the people, but I feel like a more random article with an opinion, or I think I've been clear. I thought this feels different to me than the budget question.
That was my question too, but I didn't articulate.
Mine too.
Okay,
There was not, go for it.
Marcia Morel, I would just like to say, whatever article it was about the budget that we passed, Article 6, that really says that Article 1 is now going to be done by Australian Ballot. Right? I mean, that's what that did. And now Article 7, I think it would help us all if we knew which ones of these would be covered by Article 7. Like what ones would be left? I think there's some that may be left for a town meeting. I'm just unclear, but yeah, I mean, somebody's giving an update. What does Article 7, what's going to be on the Australian ballot out of the other articles from Article 7?
Everything you see on the warning that we would be talking about today is on Australian ballot then. That's exactly what it means. I mean, you could, as I said, giving an example from other towns, that try to have some kind of get together. And so I was just giving examples of what could be on an alternative idea, but you would not even have that opportunity to do this with using the word all public questions, because that's everything on the morning right now.
Okay, so like it says, to hear the reports of town officers, that's going to be on Australian ballot, to hear the reports of, I mean, what does that mean?
You just read the town report.
But I mean, you wouldn't have that article, right? I mean, you just publish the reports and you read them if you wanted to.
Right.
Okay, and then food task force update, I apologize for not knowing what that is, but that's going to be a piece of information that's provided here, I guess.
Yes, it will be.
Okay, so that wouldn't be replaced either, that would just be, that would not exist.
That would not exist.
Okay, I think I get it. And then other town business, the proper when met, you can't, you would, okay, I get it.
Thank you. Hi, Chris West again. To speak to that point, how would that be dealt with now at this meeting? So if you had a petition, you brought something forward, it was on the agenda for today, would there be discussion that could change the number of people who are on that list? The same things that we would do at this meeting are things that we would choose to discuss at that meeting and then put on the ballot. So if right now someone was to come up, why not? What do you mean?
Well, it becomes. There are very specific rules about petitioning to put on the ballot. They don't get changed.
So they wouldn't be changed at that meeting either?
No.
Then the answer is no, it wouldn't be changed, and that's pretty straightforward. So anything that's happening or is allowed to happen to a citizen's petition that has gotten enough signatures, 5, 10, whatever it was percent, would be on the ballot without this meeting now changing it or the meeting that's being proposed changing it. There's no change in how the meetings act. It's just when it happens and that there's no vote at that meeting, the meeting is postponed to a vote on this voting day, right? That's my understanding.
Because basically some of these petition items would be, you'd say, people would discuss them like we are now.
Right, but the
And
discussion.
then there'd be, that's all, it would be discussion and then yes or no, and your Australian ballot would be the yes or no.
Right, but the discussion would not change the content of the question that was voted on or petitioned and got the signature, right? Okay, so there's no difference between what would be decided at this meeting or that meeting. It's just the difference between who gets the vote on.
I think that's quite right. If I put something on the ballot, if I petition to have something put on the ballot, it could be discussed and amended during town meeting. That will not be the case with this new format. You won't be able to modify the petition items before they go on the ballot. You will only be able to vote up or down. So what we've just done to this article, Article VI, won't be possible.
Right. I got different information.
Isn't that what I asked, and the moderator said, yes, we could?
Right, we need to know. Which is it?
We're not gonna resolve this before we're done with business today, so you're gonna have to proceed with the ambiguity.
Hi, I'm Brian Waltner. I'm speaking in favor of the article. Guys, I see this as kind of ridiculous, okay? Charlotte, the old score, Huntington, and Jericho, okay? Every other town and city in Chittenden County uses Australian Ballot for public questions, okay? I know you don't like coming together like this, and that's fine, this is great. There's a lot of good things to be said about town meetings, okay? Why does it have to happen the first Tuesday in March? I mean, yeah, 100 years ago, it made sense. Today, not so much, okay? Anybody can put a question out, a public question, and put it on the ballot if they get enough signatures, okay? You don't like that. We have cell phones. We have internet. We have all kinds of communication devices, all right? Get people, talk to other people, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors. That's what I did. I went out and I talked to my neighbors about this meeting, okay? And some came, some couldn't, all right? This question does not fundamentally change anything, all right? It's not an and or. No, we could still have your town meeting, okay? That's fine. I'm talking, sorry. I hate getting interrupted by my students. Anyway, it doesn't change anything, okay? You can still discuss, you can still come in and talk. If we have a town meeting in January where people can come, okay? It's the same thing. The same thing, only now other people can vote on it. The people who couldn't be here, okay? My neighbor who's in Florida, my neighbor who had travel plans for 6 months to go skiing in Utah. They'd like to be here, okay? The people who can't get here, it was just, what, are you telling me that they do not deserve a vote? They do not to have their opinion matter? That's what it is. That's what it's all about here, okay? So if we want to be democratic, if we value equality, then we vote yes on Article VII, just like we did on Article VI. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brett. I just wanted to voice some experience that I have with resolutions. To your, what's your name? I'm sorry. Jesse, what Jesse brought up, I believe to be true, because I used to work with 350 Vermont, and we did several town meeting day resolutions, which were done via petition, and so people in the town had to sign a petition for a particular language for that resolution. For towns that have Australian Ballot, that was the language, exactly that went on the ballot. Versus for towns that have town meeting, that language was there, but it was often changed or modified on the floor. So I think that is correct. So I just wanted to add my little experience in that to help clarify. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, it's Elizabeth King again. But I just want to, I feel like I'm standing with my back to everybody, sorry. I just want to speak in favor of this change, even though it is a heartbreaking choice to end our town meeting. And I can't remember who it was that was speaking before, was also almost in tears. I too am almost in tears, and I certainly hope that we can look past the ways that people are communicating to see the things that we believe. And this is heartbreaking, and I am sad, and I'm gonna vote for it anyway.
I spoke once before, I don't know if
I don't see anybody else online, so.
I just wanted to clarify, I think, it will absolutely hinge on the timing of the meeting. If I come to a meeting with an idea for an article, or a public question, I may present it wanting feedback, and at that meeting say, oh, I love this feedback, I'm gonna change the public question, thanks, help me with this wording, great. At the end of this meeting, I hope I can get count on your signature so that I have enough on my petition to get it on the ballot. And in that way, I could choose to make sure that that question has public feedback. I may, for whatever reason, decide I don't need to engage in that process, I'm gonna collect my signatures, and indeed, once those signatures are collected, that wording is set in stone, and that's what's gonna get on the ballot. I may still decide to come to that meeting, again, to try to build support for and explain the thought behind the question. But absolutely, once those signatures are on that petition, that wording isn't gonna change.
Hi, David Jones, just a real quick question. So, the articles that we just voted on and one we're talking about now, those came via petition or some other mechanism? Another mechanism, okay. So we do have articles which, in a different setting, could be amendable, and we have others that have to come to the public citizenry based on the wording that was very specific. That's true? So those the meeting we have in this proposed meeting with public questions might still have questions like the one we are debating now, which could be amended on the floor in preparation for a final ballot on first Tuesday of March. And other ones would be set because they can be a petition and can't be changed, period. They can only be that way. And if that's true, then the gentleman who spoke, Mr. West, I believe, is right, that we don't lose anything by moving it there. If in fact, though, the question we're debating now, and I put an amendment to, and someone put an amendment in mind, if that amendment process could not happen on any day other than the first Tuesday of the month, then moving it does lose something. And I want to make sure, personally, I'd like to move everything to a day where we can all make amendments and we have an Australian vote, but I at least want to know if I choose to vote one way or the other exactly what I'm doing.
To answer the question, it pretty much is like Ms. McBride said, that if you do it by petition, and that petition article, because you're voting to do public questions by Australian Ballot, that is what the language will go to for the Australian Ballot. If, but as she said, like we're discussing about the language today, if it was a regular town meeting, you could amend it. But once it's Australian Ballot voted, you cannot amend it. The discussion group that people are talking about, that we have before the petitions come in, it would have to be, boy, you keep pushing it back, but if there still was time to do a petition, somebody could come in and say, hey, that's a great idea, what do you think? People could talk about it, and then run out and get a petition and get it into the town clerk in time, so that you can certify that it has the required number of registered voters to put it on the ballot. Or you could choose just to wait and put it on the ballot.
But the articles today that we amended didn't come via petition, correct?
No.
All right, that's my question. I just understand that they didn't come via petition. And
No,
so,
the select board added them at our request.
right, in a different way. And so those questions could potentially be made available at that other meeting we're talking about, where people could make amendments to
Right.
finalize an Australian ballot. Right. Right?
That's true. It's a select board.
Go ahead. Thank you. So I just want to get some clarification here. It seems like anyone can put together something on the ballot that fundamentally changes our government with no idea how it's done. And I guess my question to you guys, isn't there any kind of managerial role that if someone brings something to you, you say, well, this would have to be taken under advisement, or give us a plan that shows how you want to implement it? You understand, the DEI people did no homework here. We got this guy got up here and complained because some of us have white hair and stuff, but no plan on how to implement this. And I'm just wondering, is there a management role here that you guys should have looked at this beforehand and said, if we do this, this is how it's going to work? Is there a management role? I mean, I'm talking about state law and all this.
I think you've made your point.
Hi, Sonnet Lawson here. I haven't spoken yet today. I've been back watching it all go down. So this is my first town meeting, so I don't have the same connection that a lot of you do with town meeting, and I've seen that so much today and how passionate you all are, and that gives me a lot of hope about how we're restructuring this, because I know that you're all so passionate that you will show up to those other meetings and you will still advocate in the same way, even if it looks a little different. And I know that you can keep that same spirit. And those, we have restructured it slightly. We had a little pamphlet about it at our table. I know that we didn't catch all of you because we were having conversations, but it just showed like a rough outline of the structure where there would be a meeting and how you could come to the council meetings and they would discuss it there prior to a vote. And while this is the only town meeting, formal town meeting I will come to, as I am moving away, I wanted to thank you all for such an experience and for all of the passionate arguments that I heard here today, talking about how you want to keep this in your lives and how you want to pass it on to the next generation. I just want to remind you that most of the next generation couldn't be here today, and that Australian Ballot would help them be here. I have some friends that are currently in Thailand helping others, and I know that they would have been here today if they could have been, and they chose to help people over voicing an opinion and maybe getting something for themselves. And I just wanted you guys to keep in mind everything that we said before in Article VI while you're voting for Article VII.
Call the question.
So, is there any objection to moving to voting? Hearing none, I'd like to move to vote on Article VII. I will read it as amended. Shall the town adopt all public questions by Australian ballot, with the select board directed to hold a hybrid format review meeting in order to allow citizens to make amendments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against it, please say no.
No.
Abstain? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The remaining articles are largely in the town report, especially those relating to Article 11. That's for your consideration at any point. Does the select board want to do anything with Articles 9 or 10? Or 8? Oh, long. Thank you. Okay, Article 8, people, here we go. Shall the town exempt from property taxation the lands and premises owned by the Underhill Jericho Fire Department, which consists of the Jericho Center Fire Station Building and 2.33 acres with an assessed value of $379,800 for a period of 5 years? And I believe the select board is prepared to give us a simple explanation of this continuing idea.
Dave Schuler, I would like to move Article 8 to get it on the.
Oh, gosh, I'm falling apart. Thank you, David. And a second?
You need to have 10 seconds.
Sorry, what?
Second, you need to have 10.
Oh, good. All right, Stuart.
Good morning, I'm Stuart Alexander, Underhill Grounds Trace. I'm puzzled by the language and asking for a point of information, I guess. Doesn't the fire department still own other land in Jericho? On the other side of Grounds Trace, say, with real estate, with a dwelling on it? I'm not. And isn't it all forgiven taxation by the same article? No. We're just talking about this portion.
You're just talking about the fire station and the surrounding lands around it. The other property is accounted for in your budgets totally separately, and that is taxed. Only the fire department in their building. And this has been going on every 5 years. This article has come up to tax abate the actual property of the station itself and the property that just surrounds it, the 2.33 acres. So I'm bashing it. It's been since it was built. Yeah.
Thank you, no, I understand, but,
But the rest of the property that is the private property that has a home on it and stuff, that is taxed at regular retail real estate taxes.
I'm puzzled by the grammar though. Should it say something like, shall the town exempt from property taxation that portion of the lands and premises owned by the Underhill Jericho Fire Department consisting of the Jericho Fire Station building and so on?
And it does call out the 2.33 acres, that seems fairly clear to me.
In the station.
They're saying the 2.33 acres is called out on it, so that's what the law, the fire station itself is on. So what they just said was the 2.33 was called out. Is that what you heard? Okay, yeah, okay.
But I don't think this is grammatically correct.
Further discussion on Article 8. You ready to vote on Article 8? Quick comment?
I was just going to clarify, the fire station Jericho Center has its own address. The Rivers property is a different address from the fire station. So the only thing you're exempting is the fire station itself and the 2.33 acres around it. The Rivers land is a separate property ID number for taxation reasons.
Very good, thank you. All those in favor of Article 8, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained? Passes unanimous. All right, very well.
Article 9.
Does the select board wish to bring us up to date on Article 9 or 10, or have someone else do it?
Yeah, I'm going to start with Article 9. And because you just had the abatement of taxes in the fire station, the old Red Mill property was up for this last year. And there was a large discussion, and this is one of those items that lots of discussion last year. And it was determined to, instead of exempting it for 5 years, to do it for 1 year. And then the Historical Society had to do some research, show some reason that it should be abated. Plus, we tasked the listers with, let's see what property, what the rules are, much more specifically to that. So what I'm going to do is give you a brief update of what we have learned and where things are now. And so what it is, the listers did a review of all the properties and met with our town attorney as well as the members of the Historical Society. I was involved in several of those meetings, including two of them with the town attorney. And what the listers have found is whether and I will read this specifically. It says whether a property is exempt under 32 VSA paragraph 3024 is determined by a test set forth in the case entitled American Museum of Fly Fishing, which requires first, the property must be dedicated unconditionally to public use. Secondly, the primary use must directly benefit an indefinite class of persons who are the part of the public and must also confer a benefit on society as a result of that benefit conferred on the persons directly served. And third, the property must be owned and operated on a not-for-profit basis. Based on these decisions, so long as the property where they occur is primarily be used for the Historical Society's recognized public mission, the income from the gift shop that is directed back into the Historical Society's operations should not deprive it of the tax-exempt status. Therefore, if the Miller's House and the former schoolhouse building are being rented to private persons or third-party businesses, these properties are not tax-exempt, even if the revenues are being used to support the Historical Society. So after going through all the deeds and the attorney looking at all the different things and the covenants, Basically, what it is the old red mill does not need to come up for a vote anymore. It meets the tax exempt status. So it's permanently exempt. However, the miller's house and the small outbuildings are taxable and will be taxed accordingly. So that's the answers to things that came up last year.
Any questions about that? Let's move on to Article 10. Oh, all right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sue Richardson. I'm Vice President of the Jericho Historical Society. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Stump Young was my great-great-uncle. My family's been involved with the society since its inception. And I wanted to just take a couple minutes. I know it's been a long day, but there were concerns raised at last year's meeting that we felt really should be addressed to offer a little reassurance to the town that has supported us for over 50 years. One of the things that has been raised was the condition of the mill, that it was being properly cared for, and we contacted Historic Preservation Trust of Vermont early last year, looking for some help and guidance, because none of the members of our board are contractors or engineers or have the requisite knowledge of the type of construction to make a really clear determination of what projects needed to be done and to prioritize those projects. Preservation Trust connected us with Elliot Lothrop, who is a recognized expert in this field and is actually the lead on the Monitor Barn restoration project. Elliot is working with us. In fact, Gary Irish accompanied Elliot and provided a great deal of insight on the building on his first visit there. And we expect to have the report within the next 30 days, which will detail everything that needs to be done to preserve our beautiful mill and the order and priority in which it needs to be done, as well as the approximate costs. One of the other questions that had been circulated was pertaining to fundraising efforts that we had done and directed donations that were earmarked specifically for preservation and restoration of the mill, and how those monies were being spent. Those monies have not been spent. They are sitting in bank accounts, in a money market account, and a CD in the Union Bank for exactly what they were designated for, restoration projects. And once we have the report from Mr. Lothrop, we will have a clear path forward to what needs to take priority. There was also a question raised last year, a comment about turnover on the board of directors with the Historical Society. Any board has turnover over a period of time. We've had a couple of members who were very, very long-term and cherished members of the board who passed away over the last few years. But Ann Squires, who's president of the board, has been on the board for 30 years. Shelley Dion from Snowflake Chocolates has over 20 years. Cheryl Thomas, over 15 years. I've served on the board for 9 years. 3 years ago, Stacy Griffith, who many of you know as a respected banker in this community, came on board as our treasurer. Keiko Williams, who is the niece of the founder of the Historical Society, Blair Williams, has joined our board last year. So yes, there's been turnover, but there always is, and we are in a very good, strong, stable place and moving forward with our mission. Another point that was made was that we hadn't done any programs, educational programs, in quite some time, which was true. Through COVID we didn't, and even last year we were still coming out of that and figuring out what it was going to look like going forward. We did 4 programs this past year. Back in the spring with Dr. John Kroc from UVM on Indigenous people of the area. Gary Irish hosted a wonderful walking tour of the historic district during the summer. Joe Citro, noted author, did a program with us in the fall, and I recently did a program with the Deborah Lawson Memorial Library on Snowflake Bentley, his life and work, commemorating his birthday. So we have done great strides in getting back to our roots of not only preserving the mill and the history of this town, but sharing that history and educating people about the history. The small building that we recognize as the archive building, one of the tenants recently moved out, so we have expanded that space and are now, with our collections committee, working towards conserving and cataloging the artifacts and documents that came in over the last few years that are important in the history of the town. So in summary, I took over managing the gift shop last year. We had a fabulous year, but we've got a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of projects that need to be done, and I just wanted to say thank you, a huge thank you to the select board, the town, all the voters and the residents of this town who have supported us for so very many years, and we hope we can count on your continued support.
All right. Are we ready for Article 10? Article 10, the Food Hub Task Force
update. This is another one of those things where this was discussed at town meeting last year of whether Jericho should be a food hub, and the task force has put a report in there, but they also wanted to update the public to let you know where they are in the process of whether Jericho could become a food hub.
Hi, my name is Sabina Ernst. I am a liaison to the hub. The task force leaders could not be here today, so I am stepping in on their behalf. I have attended quite a few of their meetings, so I think I can represent them. I think in the interest of time, I will just tell you that there is quite a bit of information on the town website, including the slideshow that they prepared for today. So I would invite you all to take a look at that on your own time, and you can read specifically some of the things they wanted to point out. But I will cut to the chase and just let you know that after this past year of doing a survey with the public, reaching out to local farmers, expanding the conversation to include Underhill, because they are also working on expanding and improving the local food economy, that I think we have a really robust conversation going and a lot of good ideas. And so the next year is going to be sort of moving on with some of the things that we've heard and that the farmers would like, and really trying to hone in on some of the things that we can do. So, I think most importantly, there's been a lot of attrition in the task force, and so we need new people who are interested in local food and supporting local farmers to join us at the meetings. And then some of the things that the task force is considering are looking at the farm to school program that exists and seeing if we can expand that a little bit, connecting with UVM's extension service food and nutrition program, looking at creating a commercial kitchen and possibly using the school kitchens, trying to build community around food, so maybe having some local suppers that feature produce grown in Jericho and around Jericho, supporting farms however we can. Let's see. And then other things like potato growing project, community garden, and other ways of supporting farms and getting people really able to either grow their own food or get it locally. So that's what the Food Hub Task Force has been working on. And I think in the interest of time, I will just leave it there, but if there are questions, I will try to field them. Otherwise, I invite you to look online and get some more information there.
I've already mentioned that Articles 11 there is to alert you to the reports of the town officers in the town report that you have in your hands, I hope. And that leads us to move on to other town business. Is there any other business you'd like to bring?
I have an announcement.
All right.
As if I hadn't talked enough already. The Town Hall Art Committee is holding a reception for the artists of the current exhibition, which is Farms and Fields, on Saturday, March 9th, this coming Saturday from 10 to noon. And we will encourage everyone to come and meet the artists who participate in the Town Hall Art Project and see the variety of work that is already there.
Thank you. Any other? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Hearing no objection, the motion is adjourned. Thank you all for persisting so long.